Hello. Yay, I want to adult too. Well, you can join me. We're gonna go to college. Yeah, I know I said on Sunday that we were gonna do painting today, but now that I have to, go back to work and have to get up at 5:30 a.m. every day again and stand on my feet all day long, I'm tired. So I figured that maybe painting wasn't such a good idea, so we are just gonna play a game. Which is actually gonna be a visual novel then. You're on your own then. Oh. Aw, boo. Oh, we're gonna be playing a visual novel. It's usually not really the thing that I do. These type of games. We've played a visual novel once before, which was what happens to what remains of Edith Finch. But I really, really enjoyed that game. That game was so good. So, if this is gonna be anything like that, this is gonna be great. Anything other than college. High school? So, it's a relatively new game. It actually came out on my birthday. So, we share birthdays with this game. I share birthdays with this game. It is called... Oh, wait. Hang on. Did I do that? I think I didn't change that. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't think I changed the game. I think I forgot about that. Yeah, it's still a Fall of Porcupine. We're not doing that. There you go. There you go. Changed it. My bad. I forgot about that. It's okay. Right. So, yeah, Midnight Witch. We are going to play Midnight Witch, which is a visual novel about college. And shit is going down. So, I'm curious. We'll see. Hell fuck. What? I'm gonna put this one here because I still need to put the game up. Okay, there you go. This game contains material that some may find disturbing, including references to topics such as trauma and sexual assault. Am I allowed to stream this game? I did not check that. It's okay. Hey, wee bad. Good to see you. How you doing? Alright. Well, visual novels. So, sit back, relax, maybe, hopefully, kinda, and we'll see. This game contains material that some may find disturbing. Viewer discretion is advised. Chilling before busking? Good. Okay. Well, I like your hair. Settings. That's true, yeah. That's actually a good way of testing. Because I have a game that is, no, actually. I'm not gonna test that. Like, Genital jousting is a game that I have, which is not allowed on Twitch. Okay, how is the sound? I am now talking. You guys can hear things. It looks like it's loud, but I don't know if it actually is loud. I just like hope that both or either one of you is telling me that it's okay or not okay, or it is currently windowed. I want it full screen. Thank you. I can hear you fine, but would prefer the music a bit softer. Okay. Then we're just adding all of it just a teeny tiny bit softer. Seems okay for you? Well, at least to help out Robin. If it doesn't matter for Webat, then that is okay. Text speed. This highly depends. Are y'all gonna talk or do I need to read? Because I'm a slow reader, so we might need to move that down a little bit, but it really depends on how fast this is gonna go. Skip unseen text after choices. I don't know what you mean by that. It's gonna be in English. Okay. Well, is this better though, now that I've put the music a little bit softer? Robin, is that better, or do you prefer it if I would put it down a little bit further even still? So I just read this amazing book called Life Before the Crowbar, which was an interesting story on what happened before the crowbar was invented. Oh, apparently back before then, crows just drank at home. Right. Okay. A bit better, yeah. My personal preferences would be down lower, but I'm certain the current volume should work for most of your viewers. Okay, cool. I'm just gonna leave it there. Right. Let's start. It also highly depends, though, if they are just gonna... What's your name again? Does that fit? No, it doesn't fit. So we're just gonna be Iboya. Sometimes the music got into scenario and then it gets a bit louder. It's only for a short burst. That is true. Also, like the music in the menus is usually louder than the rest of the game. No, yeah, that's a lovely name. Is it though? Because you were laughing. I'm gonna have to read. Okay. Hey, boya, move. My neurons are very slowly kicking in like a rusty machine getting greased by motor oil. Huh? Look up with still sleepy eyes towards the origin of this pleasant morning greeting and notice Dan's cocky grin. So this is me. Because you're grinning. So I guess this is me. Wes, his loyal minion, is standing right next to him. Oh, okay, that's not me. Those are just two different people. Okay, never mind. You're really not a morning person, even worse than me. I feel like I've been jolting awake from a particularly heavy sleep. I don't know. I've never played Doki Doki Book Club. I have the game, but I haven't touched it yet. Because people are like saying weird things about it. And I'm like, I don't know if you're like messing with me or not. Don't know if you're sincere. So I'm actually incredibly curious to play that game. Like every night, I didn't go to bed until I had exhausted all the distractions available to a broke student. I feel like I'm truly just about the only one who's not into anime these days. I don't watch anime either, actually, to be honest. A well-rounded mix of TV shows, video games, and procrastination on social media. And like every morning, I promise myself to go to bed as soon as I get home. Suddenly I feel a hand on my shoulder that abruptly pulls me out of my daydreaming. Man, you're really out of it today. No, I just what? Exactly. Unable to finish my sentence, I gently massage my aching temples. You were with Emma, right? It's been what? 6 years? What? No, it's only been 2? 2 years. Now that's a long-term relationship. Hey Daniel, good to see you. How you doing? Come on, you must have hit 2 years of cumulative relationships long ago, but with more than 10 girls. Hey, I'm just looking for the perfect girl. I answer with a particularly loud yawn. Yeah, if you say so. What the hell are you doing at school this early? Oh, now I actually have to yawn. Yeah, that is a particularly loud yawn. Iboya is your perfect girl. Aww, thank you. I'm a new man, bro. Time for a quick smoke, and then I'm gonna be sitting in the front row. Wes burst out laughing, revealing perfectly aligned little pointy teeth. What about you? You've decided to rebuild your life too? Wes' smile suddenly fades and his face turns pale. Well, he's not really a model of self-confidence. Did you not hear? We have a new professor this morning. His sentence hangs in the air. So what? Thank you for making me drink. You don't get it, Iboya. This new professor, I hear she's absolutely... Iboya! A familiar voice, soft and melodious, reaches my ears. Emma stands right behind us, looking puzzled. Guys, why are you blocking the entrance? Dan slaps me on the back, nearing knocking the wind out of me. Look, here's your sweetheart. I jostled Dan slightly to get closer to Emma and put a shy arm around her shoulders. Hey Emma, you okay? Emma smiles at me and places a light kiss on my lips, which has a way of triggering a small wave of heat that radiates down my belly. Not really the romantic type, but this girl has brought out feelings in me that were previously totally unknown to me. Dan was telling me about a new professor we're having this morning. Apparently, Emma looks at me with a surprised expression. Alright, you heard it too? I remain slightly puzzled. Is this such big news? A new professor? A normal answer at last. Look, kids, it's time to go take a smoke outside and talk about a topic of the utmost importance. He turns abruptly to Wes. It has never been a thing here. Because it gives me the creeps. Wes, go get seats at the back for us. I want to sleep peacefully as soon as the new professor starts spouting off her lecture. With a shifty look on his face, Wes nods and quickly leaves for the auditorium. With my arm still around Emma, I follow Dan to the park without much enthusiasm. What is it with everyone at this new professor? Is it someone famous? The autumn breeze makes Emma's shoulders shiver, and she decides to cling to my arm a little tighter, in hopes of drawing some warmth from it. My goofy smile quickly fades as I become aware of Dan's condescending look. Didn't know you were a hopeless romantic, Iboya. Yeah, I get it. You are not familiar with this very concept. I'm looking for the right person too. I mean, if Jessica decided one day to... Who knows, after all, I would just need a stroke to fall into your arms. I turn my head to the newcomer. Jessica, the most popular girl of the class. Thank you for making me drink. You see a hot chick, you gotta drink? Oh. Drinking game rules. The sunlight slides over her incredibly long red hair. Many heads turn when she walks around the campus. I don't think she has many female friends. I feel Emma's fingers tighten on my arm and notice a slightly uneasy look on her face. She and Jessica don't really get along very well, to say the least. Jessica, I was just waiting for you to come and brighten up this dreary morning. Don't even dream about it, Dan. Dan bursts out laughing. The two of them actually get along pretty well. I don't think there's any hint of romance between them, but who knows. Anyway, what's about this new professor? What's so interesting about her? Yeah, I feel like she's all anyone's talking about. Is this really a big thing? A new professor? Just what I'm thinking. Finally. Emma speaks up in an unusually excited voice. I heard she graduated top of her class last year. Bye, Daniel. Have a good lurk. She was so good that the university agreed to hire her as an assistant professor, even though she's barely older than us. Jessica glares at Emma with a contemptuous look. She's probably your spirit animal, right, Miss Perfect? Emma cowers in on herself as if she's been slapped. I have to step in. Hey Jessica, I know your grass-based diet must be such a pain on a daily basis, but you don't need to lash out onto others. Jessica strides towards me in a way that's both graceful and intimidating. Her haughty air and amber eyes seem capable of setting the surrounding air ablaze at any moment. I may have gone a bit too far. We're all happy to know that your underwear sits right next to Miss Perfect's bed 3 times a week, but you really need to get your feet back on the ground. Sorry, my lady. This girl is scary. I wonder who would be crazy enough to chase after her. Chill, Jess. You know Iboya is the white knight type, just defending his damsel in distress. There are damsels in distress that would be better off thrown to the dragon. An unusual silence sits in. Don't understand the animosity between Jessica and Emma. Fortunately, Dan often manages to diffuse the tension. He got a real gift for that. His hand brushes Jessica's shoulder and she immediately turns her animosity to this new threat. Jessica, you don't understand. This new professor, apparently, she's absolutely gorgeous. Jessica raises a haughty eyebrow. What? She wears a miniskirt and plunging cleavage, and that's enough to tickle your Y chromosome? My poor Dan. I thought you were not that stupid. You're a white knight now? Apparently I'm a guy. Yeah, I don't know. I just had to give my name and that was it. Dan shakes his head, a condescending smile on his lips. You don't understand. I've never got so much, what? Dithyrambic? That's it. I don't know. It's like she's everyone's first choice. Why do you have to keep me saying this? Dithyrambic? How do you pronounce that? I don't know. Don't use big words you don't understand. Exactly. That's why I'm trying to not fucking pronounce this. Is it to impress this infamous professor? Jessica rolls her eyes with a sigh. Dan, you're really a complete idiot. Jessica gives Emma one last contemptuous look, then heads towards the main building. Anyway, I think it's time to go. Emma takes my hand and heads towards the building as well. I follow her with my feet dragging. This class is way too early in the morning. I'm saving. Because I keep seeing the thing for save, so I click it. I walk into the half-empty auditorium with Emma still holding my hand. Looks like not everyone is planning to attend this morning lecture. Let's sit over there. As usual, Emma sits at one of the top middle rows at a very reasonable distance from the board. How long does this class last again? 3 hours, I think? I stare at her unblinkingly for far too long to hide my dismay. I don't know. Daniel came in early. No, not Daniel. We bad. Asked about Doki Doki as well, but I've never played that game, so I don't know. I have it in my Steam library, but I haven't touched it yet. Over the whole week. A small crystal shining laugh escapes Emma's thin lips as she quickly kisses me. Stop being so silly. Social studies is one of my favorite subjects. Yeah, me too. One of my favorites to skip. Emma grabs my arm with a particularly adorable expression. Iboya, I love you. It's weird saying that with my own name. Oh my god. Okay. Hey, Corpse. How are you doing? I love you too, Emma. You know that already. Yeah, but I love when you say it. A duet of identical voices rises behind me. Emma! Emma! Chloe! Zoe! The twins. I quickly step aside to let the double-haired tornado pass by me and rush to Emma. You'll never guess who we saw making out on the way here. Still can't believe it. What? No way. Yes. Yes. With an exasperating sigh, I turn away and take out my laptop. I scan across the classroom that is slowly filling up around me. Some people clearly decided to stay in their bed this morning, but from the looks of it, there's still a good 30 or so students who bothered to show up. I'm glad to hear that. I'm fine too. Thank you. Thank you for asking. Not bad for a morning class. I glance at Emma, who is still absorbed in intense exchange of gossip with the twins. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Dan staring at me from the back row. This new professor must really be special for him to show up this early in the morning. An amber glint catches my eye. It's only Jessica, who just sat a little behind me in the back row. At a very reasonable distance from Dan, though. Wes is giving her sideways glances. Is that why he's always with Dan, in the hope of getting closer to Jessica? My face naturally breaks into a smile as I open my latest notes on my laptop. The Social Sciences file contains about 10 particularly short sentences and a few words highlighted in bold. Pirate chicken pillow in the bed. Oh, the green one? I think it's a bear. But it is a pirate bear, yeah. It's not, no, it's not a chicken. I think it's a bear. But yeah. Yep, that's it. Let's say that I'm desperately relying on Emma's notes. When are the midterms again? A slight nudge pulls me out of my thoughts. Iboya, look! She's not the only one who looks stunned. It seems like the whole class is hypnotized by... By what? Exactly. My eyes swerve towards the front of the class. The newcomer is sitting on the lecture desk in the most natural way. All eyes linger on her fine, even features, her bewitching smile, her jet black hair cascading down her shoulders. Let alone her eyes. Eyes at once dark, sparkling, intimidating. An impossible night blue gleam dances in her gaze. The regular professor's loud voice rises sharply, but only particularly breaks the spell that is mesmerizing the whole class. Chicken helmets and bottle cup gun. Oh, yeah. I've seen those. Hey, Lucy, it's good to see you. How you doing? I think it's a regular college, but a witch appears. Alright. My knee is itching. Scratchy. Listen. This is Miss... Please call me Evelyn. The playful tone emphasizes the bubbly and perfectly controlled side of her voice. Evelyn is my new assistant, and she will be teaching most of my classes next semester. I'm counting on you to stay serious and focused. A few whispers rise from the back rows. That's the dream job. You hire some assistant and don't do shit. How do you become a professor? Please, quiet in the back. Good. I count on you to welcome Evelyn and show her the full extent of your capabilities. For those who have any. The professor punctuates his last remark with a glance in the direction of Dan, who grins with all his teeth. I wish you all a good day, and good luck to you, Evelyn. The sound of the door slamming shut tells me that the professor has left the room. It's only Evelyn and us now. Hello, everyone. Good morning, madam. Hey. A collective murmur rises from the rows of the room in greeting to the new arrival. Like I said, you can call me Evelyn, but please don't call me madam. I'm barely older than you. A light laugh escapes her lips and echoes off the large walls of the auditorium. I graduated last year, so I was a student like you until very recently. I hope we can bond to learn better together. I'm still very new to the job, so I'm counting on your goodwill. The muffled echo of male voices erupts from the four corners of the auditorium. Of course, you can count on us, Professor Evelyn. If you need help, please let me know. Her amused eyes roam the auditorium and scrupulously probe each row. Sometimes I'm like embarrassed about how bad my English is with words like that. The room looks a little empty to me, but I think all the important people are here. What? This is a subtle way of saying she's going to take attendance. For a morning lecture? That would be unheard of. Evelyn comes down from the lecture desk with a small light hop. Well, I think it's time for us to start the class. And just to start on the right foot, by the way, what class am I supposed to teach you? Even Emma is left speechless. No one expected her to say that. Evelyn seems to revel in everyone's surprise. This This is a social studies class? A large smile appears on Evelyn's face. Social studies! Wonderful! That's my favorite class. Just like Emma. The new professor's gaze finally swivels to me. You. Handsome. Thank you. What's your name? Why do questions always come to me regardless of the professor? I'm Iboya, Madam Evelyn. Iboya, could you please tell me where you were in the course? Emma, please save me. I didn't show up for half of the classes, so... Yeah, let's not say that. I have absolutely no idea. You sent a pic of the chicken helmet in Discord? Let me see. Oh, it's actually a helmet for chickens. I thought it was a helmet that is like that looks like a chicken for a human being. But it's the other way around. Okay. Alright. Looking completely clueless, I give Emma a puppy-like dog look. She sighs at my utter dismay and glaring back at me with an angry look. What was she expecting? That I would be up to date with the course? I've given up on taking this class seriously a long time ago. Resigned, Emma whispers the answers in my ear. I don't understand the words she's saying and just repeat every syllable in a very rough voice. We were studying comprehensive sociology. Oh my god, that word. We were studying this word. Why do the chickens need helmets though? What are they doing? Evelyn quickly claps her hands, looking visibly excited. The analysis of the world, of the social world, fantastic. Social relationships, right? Domination, power, differentiation. Oh god. I'm not without understanding a word she just said. I really need to start studying for real, or else Emma is gonna yell at me again. Her cold look confirms my fears. She looks quite upset. Because they run head first into everything. That's fair. Sorry. Thanks, Emma, for helping me. Perfect, let's start the class. I'm counting on all of you to behave. Let's save again. Just because I can. And because otherwise I might forget. Emma was right. Evelyn's quite brilliant. Despite her visible lack of preparation for this specific class, she has been talking about comprehensive sociology for over 5 minutes with particular insight and sense of expertise. Oh, that would be fun though. He's just gotta look around like, what the fuck are you guys wearing? Given my insane lack of knowledge in social sciences, I am unable to say if what she says is actually relevant. But she definitely sounds very convincing. Wait, isn't that the Dr. Fox effect? Seems like I've actually learned a thing or two about sociology. Oh my god. About social study over the years. I take a look at the other students, most of them behave exactly like usual. At least the ones I know. Emma takes perfectly organized notes on her little pink laptop. Zoe is having a quick manicure. Her little nail polish jar unsteadily resting on her right knee. And Chloe tries by all means to catch the eye of a guy sitting a few rows down, without much success so far. As for Jessica, she's staring at her laptop screen far too intensely to be actually paying attention to the class. And what about me? No point in lying. I haven't taken a single note. A nudge on the elbow pulls me out of my daydream. I was listening, I swear. Emma looks at me warily, then finally smiles. Very funny, but take notes. Class started 5 minutes ago. I know you were like talking about anything else. Back to school, eh? Want me to carry your books? Nobody has ever asked me that. Sure, you may carry my books. I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing, Slayer dude? With a sigh, I place my hands on the keyboard and start writing a few keywords from Emma's notes. You got a big backpack? I have one big backpack too. I like a very big... like the monkey on it. Like the kingpin. Kipling book bag. It was huge. There's a birch week happening? Uh-oh. Full on PvP for a day. Ooh, scary. Yeah. Exactly, the red monkey that was on the backpack. Keelan has Kipling shoes. And they actually gave him like a monkey too. You get the monkey with shoes as well. Hey, do you guys have internet? And then I turn to a student sitting a bit further to my left. I haven't tried yet. Why? I can't connect to the Wi-Fi. New whisperer behind me this time. Yo, those bags were amazing. Yeah. Mine could fit his thumb into another fist. Yeah. I think every monkey can do that because mine could too. Or mine could also suck his thumb. Yeah, those are so worth your money. It's ridiculous. Wi-Fi is down. They must have changed the password last night. Only the school intranet works. University intranet. Great. Aside from fascinating articles about the discovery of electricity and the biography of the college dean, this thing is as empty as my fridge on a weeknight. Hey Norskana, good to see you. How you doing? Yeah, that... seriously, the Kipling bags are fantastic. Hey, log on to the intranet chat. Everybody's strolling. I mean, with social networks and mobile phones, this kind of thing is literally useless. But now, since we don't have the actual internet anymore, I found the address in a few clicks and managed to log into the chat room. The messages are flooding. I opened a small tab listing the people logged in. There's almost 30 people. Seriously, nobody can crack the new Wi-Fi password. Sucks so much. Pink Lady said that. So fucking bored. When did they even change it? It was working just fine yesterday. Why so serious? I got no signal on my phone. Yeah, I don't have any signal either. Just me. Nobody can get any signal in this auditorium. It's always been like this. But why? Wes the Wizard. This auditorium was built with new materials that are more insulating, but that also prevent any mobile signal. I do your mom. Get the fuck out. Velsor, shut up. He's saying something interesting. So we'll never get any signal in this room? Who's Wes the Wizard? I'm going through an impressive number of insulting messages and pure flood. It's insane how an online chat can become a garbage can in no time. We will eventually, thanks to the deep indoor technology that allows signals to pass through very thick walls, but it's expensive for mobile network operators to install. How do you know all this? It's Wes, Dan's friend. His mom works for a telecom operator, so he knows a lot about this stuff. Shut the fuck up. Dark Unicorn! Rude. With the chat being anonymous, it's just so easy to troll. Welcome to the absurdity of online chatting. It's not completely anonymous because we figured out that Wes the Wizard is actually Wes, Dan's friend. And we know who that is. We saw him. I glance over at Emma, still focused on her notes that now fill an entire page. Has Evelyn talked that much already? I feel Emma's incensed look on my face. Oh, she hates it when I slack off, and I look up at Evelyn again. I find that almost magical bluish glow dancing in her dark eyes. I stiffen slightly as Emma's hand shakes my shoulder. Take notes, hurry up. I stifle a yawn and look down at the clock. Morning break won't happen anytime soon. I wasn't really falling out of my chair. I was trying to push my chair backwards a little. But hi, Akin. Good to see you. How you doing? I still haven't looked at Temu though, but I see commercials every now and then and they do look good. We are done with this chapter. I hope it wasn't too boring. You're fine, nice. I'm glad to hear that. I am fine too. Thank you. Thank you for asking. An unusual rising tide of voices spreads through the rows. That was perfect, Evelyn. Keep talking, please. Could you please repeat the last part? Thank you all. You are so kind. But I've talked too much. Now it's question time. What do you mean, questions? Wait, I didn't pay attention. Who can tell me what the Barnum effect is? A few hands go up, including Emma's. And Dan's. You. Next to you, Boya. Emma straightens up slightly in her chair. It's the principle of used for personality tests or horoscopes. I have my own merch, yes, but it's been ages since I went to the website. It also doesn't really quite work, I don't think. I need to put it on a new website, but I have been way too lazy to actually do that. But wait, it's cheap as fuck for something, and when you see what did you buy? I'm out lazy always. People are flattered by a speech that valorizes them, which leads them to find inaccurate comments about their own personality relevant. Evelyn quickly claps both hands. Excellent, that's exactly right. What's your name? Emma hesitates for a moment, surprised by this teacher's unusual familiarity. Oh my god. So sometimes when I have to like read the words, I can't say it, but I do know how to pronounce it, but now I can't do it. Oh no, I already looked at my Discord. That's why I mentioned that I was confused that it were helmets for chickens, because I really thought it was helmets shaped like a chicken for humans. Emma. That's perfect, Emma. Read any personality test. You'll always find a subtle mix of flattery and statements generic enough to fit the majority. Oh, okay. Once convinced that the test results represents who you are, you would become more likely to accept completely false statements about your own personality. This is the power of the Barnum effect. Evelyn, you are the best professor in the world. Evelyn bursts into a crystalline laugh. Sorry, but flattery needs at least a little bit of subtlety. Otherwise, it doesn't work. Let's see, who can tell me about the bystander effect? It's a classic that you've already faced in real life. Hands go up again. No. It's always the same people answering. I'll pick someone this time. She moves slowly across the stage in search for her prey. One hand brushing the desk as she continues to walk. You, over there. What's your name? Lucas, ma'am? Evelyn? The guy named Lucas, I've probably talked to him twice in my life, is casually sitting in an obvious attempt to appear cool and relaxed. So Lucas, do you know what the bystander effect is? Lucas' smile widens. It's when you are a bystander to a significant event that you're able to replicate afterwards with accuracy. For example, I was able to date very talented girls. As a result, now I can pull off some amazing tricks. Okay. That's sexual, right? He concludes his answer with a wink that he probably believes to be the most charming in the world. Like the eyebrow wink. It was dorky, vulgar, and probably off topic. Yeah, it was. Probably was. What a douche. You bet. He'll be lucky if he just gets kicked out of the class. To my surprise, Evelyn continues to smile in perfect, natural way. The eyebrow wink works though. Don't be silly. There's nothing sexy about that entire emote. Does not surprise me. After all, you look like you belong to the gifted type. Yeah, there. Like, if you open the website, I believe you have two options: either your own or the original. And I think you need to grab the original. Because if I click on it, it asks me if I want it in Dutch or in either American or UK. I can't really remember which one of the two it was. But pick the other one, then it works, which is stupid. But apparently it is. If you do the wink like that in real life at me, you'd get my attention for sure. Maybe not in the way you would think, but still, like here it works. Yeah, maybe. It's up to you to find out. Evelyn's smile widens. Oh, but I already know better than anyone. Huh? Oh, maybe. Unfortunately, that wasn't the right answer. A blinding flash of light fills the entire room for a split second, immediately followed by a dull crack. My eyes instinctively close at this sudden light assault. The classroom is now dead silent. When I finally manage to open my eyes for good, I find myself facing a vision of horror. Evelyn is elegantly seated on the table right in front of Lucas, smiling. Wait, let me... She just like stabbed him for not having the right answer? Terrifying. In front of her, Lucas stares dazedly at the long blue spear that crosses his chest. There's blood absolutely everywhere. The eyes widened. Lucas tries to articulate some words, but only a bubble of blood springs from his lips and splashes a little more his completely soiled clothes. The blue spear seems to glow with a supernatural and devious gleam, as if animated by a will of its own. Evelyn keeps her eyes riveted on Lucas' face, whose life is rapidly slipping away. It feels like time stays frozen for an eternity. Let me put it back there. Thank you, Robin, for making me drink. You were stabbed once by a pencil? Holy frick, what happened? My brain, unable to process the image I am witnessing, can no longer reason rationally. Shit. Lucas covered in blood. Evelyn. The magic spear. I'm dreaming. A nightmare. That's impossible. I barely managed to hear the scream that tears through the surrounding silence. I'm very glad I don't have to do that. Help! In my leg, I was wearing jeans though, so only like 1 inch went in. I had graphite in my thigh for years before the dark speck went away. Oh my god. Did you piss someone off? Hey Alpha, good to see you. How you doing? Run! The paralysis that had gripped the entire room disappears all at once, as if by magic. A girl he didn't get along with. Oh, it happens. But that is a crazy reaction. Like, Jesus Christ. Very large panic begins, with half of the students taking cover under the tables, while the other half rushes to the door. Door located at the other end of the room from my seat. Fuck. Emma turns to me, her face livid. Without thinking, I pull her against me and tip backwards so that our bodies are under the table. The protection is purely symbolic, but what more can I do? Most toxic lesbian crush ever. Oof. Yeah, sounds like it. Meisjes plagen potloodje in je been vragen. I think you guys have a different saying above the rivers than we do. While my brain is screaming at me to think of a way to get to the door, my gaze goes back to Evelyn. Still smiling, she gently carries the handle of the spear without seeming in the least disturbed by the accusation around her. Her medallion glows with the pulsing of the magic spear, which seems to be absorbing the life of her unfortunate victim. Yeah, being stabbed did nothing for me. No, I get that. It seems that Lucas is living his last moments. His face becomes more and more livid with each passing second, and his eyes take on a grey color specific to dead corpses. Frightful nausea invades me. I pull Emma a little tighter against me and force her head to turn towards my chest in a futile attempt to spare her from this macabre vision. In spite of the ambient rush, a new shrill scream followed by a pestilential odor invades the room that silences all the other noises. As I try to find a proper vision angle without exposing myself unnecessarily, I manage to see a flaming mass collapsing on the floor just in front of the door. Don't tell me. Another student? Okay, so we have a girl screaming, but not a male guy going, "No!" The door is trapped. The students amassed near the door are all caught up in a primal panic. A tremendous stampede ensues, the crowd divided by the desire to get as far away as possible from the two corpses, that of Lucas and another unfortunate soul who was burned alive. Evelyn's bubbly voice rises from the center stage as if she had teleported again from the back rows where Lucas's corpse still lies. No. Class is not over. At these words, all the students froze and a new icy silence invades the room. Evelyn's sharp smile lights up her face, which strangely no longer bears any trace of Lucas's blood. If you don't hurry back to your seats, I will have to punish you too. After a few interminable seconds, the message finally sinks in. Clear as blood. Punishment. Death. New panic sets in. Most of the students rush to the relative safety of the tables, while a handful remain motionless near the door, totally paralyzed by fear. Evelyn gazes at these death row inmates with a delighted expression. Aw, bad students. One of the three students still standing faints, her face maddened. The second lays eyes on the totally charred corpse, then bends over to vomit profusely. The third, his limbs shaking all over, seems to have completely lost the control of his own body. Evelyn slowly approaches the door, her eyes riveted on the two girls on the ground. Poor thing, she fainted. What kind of teacher would I be if I punished a student with anemia? Her lighthearted laughter is in total contrast to the seriousness of the situation. As for her, Evelyn takes a small step to the side to avoid a puddle of vomit. I'm sorry, but eating in class is forbidden. That's how you mess up the room. With a nonchalant gesture, she extends two fingers in the direction of the unfortunate girl still on her knees and agitated by sporadic retching. Bam! New flash of light, blue this time. The student collapses totally on her vomit in a big spray of blood. Oh my, look how dirty she is. I hate dirty people. The last student, still standing, tries to move away, but his legs seem to no longer obey the movements intimidated. No, intimidated. Yeah, by his hips. Nah, never mind. He just manages to lean against the wall to avoid falling. Evelyn raises her eyes full of malice in his direction. Why aren't you sitting in your seat? The class has started already, right?
We will stand and fight and die.
Good morning, Ape. Good to see you. How are you doing? That one is too thick to write.
You treat an outside wound with rubbing alcohol, you treat an inside wound with drinking alcohol. Science.
Head hurts a bit. Mavis accidentally hit me with a glass of water this morning. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that. How's the glass holding up? I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing? Oh, I already asked that. No, seriously though, how are you doing? It's good though that, you know, glass is still whole. But thank you for the resub, I really appreciate that. Yeah, that makes sense. Right. Did I already read that? I don't know. Why aren't you sitting in your seat? The class has started already, right? The unfortunate guy opens his mouth like a fish out of water and painfully manages to squeeze a few words. Is not a valid answer, sorry. Evelyn gives him a ravaging little wink, then quickly waves her left hand in his direction. Crack. A new flash of light followed by a dull cracking sound. A family run. Look at that. And your no food in the house breakfast. Sounds good. A long blue spear, identical to the one that pierced Lucas, goes through the student's chest and literally pins him against the wall. It could be the first and last family run. I believe that, considering how the hike went. I believe that. Starfield is set to come out on your birthday? Oh, look at all the games coming out on people's birthdays, because this game also came out on my birthday. Contrary to Lucas' death must have been instantaneous. The student does not emit any rattle, and his inert head falls to one side in a frightening angle. I was already mad about it. Oh no. Looking satisfied, Evelyn quickly contemplates her work, then returns to the desk while clapping her hands. Well, I guess now we can resume the class? She runs her delicate hand through her long hair. I think I was just asking you some questions. Alright, just a few more questions and we start a new chapter. Let's see. Evelyn sweeps the room with her eyes. All the students have taken shelter under the table, just like Emma and me. A perfectly useless shelter, inasmuch as the underside of the tables is visible from the board. It's gotta be difficult for you to take notes, crouching like that on the floor. Despite her enchanting smile, an evil glint gleams in her eyes as she opens her mouth again. If you don't take notes, I'll have to consider you absent. The signal is clear. Obey or die. The students slowly stand up and reluctantly sit back in their seats in dead silence. Despite my heart beating way too fast, I take the risk of standing up as well. Emma's still in my arms. My will is close to breaking when Emma raises her big doe eyes to me, filled with tears. Emma, trust me. My voice is only a whisper, but she nods and lets my arms guide her. I sit her back down in a seat right next to mine, then sit down as well. Her morbidly livid face doesn't let me forget the nausea rumbling deep in my gut. This is a nightmare. Pure nightmare. I slowly turn my head towards Evelyn, praying not to meet her eyes. With a big smile on her face, she's making sure that everyone is seated properly. There can only be one. A particularly sickening smell of burning flesh finally reaches my nostrils. I glance at the black carcass lying on the floor near the door. Just imagining that it is the corpse of another human being makes me want to regurgitate the contents of my stomach. No way. Magic. Magic doesn't exist. There's no such thing as teachers killing students in a classroom. Not in my life. Not in my very average, very basic student life. It's impossible. Emma's small hand squeezes mine. Despite her shaking, the touch of her soft skin manages to calm my emotions slightly. Enough to bring me back to my senses. I need to be rational. Control my emotions. Survive. We must survive. Evelyn can kill us in the blink of an eye. She's using magic or a superpowered weapon from the future or whatever. It doesn't matter. The facts are simple. We are totally powerless against it. So we have to trick it. To understand her motives, the rules that underlie her morbid game. Turn them against her, like in a video game. I close my eyes to try to concentrate more, without success. Don't be an idiot, this is not a video game. There are no rules, no solutions, no escape. I open my eyes again and meet Evelyn's gaze. My blood runs through my veins. Did she just wink at me? Alright, I farmed my booty, so I'm gonna lurk. By the way, if you have photos to look at and by photo slots, you can't pick what photo you unlock first. Oh, really? Huh, that's stupid. Wink, wink. There you go. Wink, wink.
Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows. Pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows.
Ah, boo. That's too bad. Her attention immediately shifts to the other side of the room, but the uneasy feeling persists. Am I next? My swallowing becomes very difficult, as if my throat has become totally knotted. I'm going to die. Like Lucas. Like the others. We are all going to die. My eyes freeze on the door to the room. The only way we can escape. Only way to survive. A door. Trapped. A door that condemns the one who puts his hand on it to die by fire. My breath is getting shorter and shorter as I curl up slightly in my seat. We can't get out anymore. Trapped. Condemned. Is everyone seated? Good. Let's get back to the questions. Saving. I have a feeling you're not in a very talk-active mood, so I guess I'll have to pick someone again. Evelyn slowly ascends the central staircase, her hand gently brushing the surface of the tables as she moves. The students closest to her passage cower in vain, hoping to become invisible, all the while avoiding moving too much so as not to attract the attention of our tormentor. As Evelyn passes by our row, Emma leans slightly towards me to get as far away from her as possible, a look of terror on her face. Yeah, but maybe those windows also burst, let you burst down in flames when you touch it, just like the door. I force my gaze to stay focused in front of me, despite the fear of being hit by a magical projectile from the stairs to my right. A barely audible sigh of relief escapes my lips as I hear Evelyn's footsteps move away from us. She stops a few rows up, both her hands patting the table in the unlucky row with an impatient look. Tell me, what's your name? Slowly and carefully I turn my head to catch a glimpse of the unfortunate victim out of the corner of my eye, sitting just a row away from Dan. That guy. It's Matt, Zoe's ex. His usual self-confidence seems to have completely disappeared. Head straight up, empty eyes, he is unable to meet the glance of Evelyn, nor even to answer the question asked. Matt lets out a slight cry when Evelyn starts to move, convinced of his immediate death. To my surprise, she simply sits down in the seat next to him and leans her face towards him. Matt keeps his head turned towards the wall as if paralyzed by fear. I can't help but feel a certain cowardly relief. Matt is next on the list. Not me. Poor guy. But it's not me. You won't tell me your name? That's too bad. Matt's voice is barely audible. Matt. Evelyn smiles delightedly. Well, Matt, thanks for being a volunteer. Matt swallows. As if he was a volunteer. She picked him herself. A little socially question regarding the family. Evelyn's smile, which initially seemed warm to me, now appears purely cruel. When a couple is expecting a child, who should make the decisions? Matt manages to omit an answer, which is already a great feat considering the perilous situation he finds himself in. The mother. Evelyn raises an eyebrow. Only the mother? That's interesting. The entire class holds its breath. But does that mean the father has no say in it? Ever? Face dripping with sweat, Matt answers in a surprisingly firm voice. Both! It's both! Ah, both. It's very interesting. Evelyn's smile grows more and more crooked. But you can't change your answer afterwards. It's like cheating. Matt abruptly turns to Evelyn, perpetual panic in his eyes. Wait. Splash. A short dagger adorned with Kabbalistic engraving springs from Evelyn's outstretched hand and comes crashing down Matt's throat with a particularly sickening sound. The latter hopelessly brings his hand to his throat, blood spurting out everywhere. He ends up collapsing against the table in a frightful rattle. Evelyn contemplates her macabre work with a satisfied air, her medallion sparkling of a blue supernatural glare. A few howls echo through the room. I squeeze Emma's hand tightly, hoping that she will manage to suppress any sound. The last thing we need right now is to attract Evelyn's attention. I think we can stop the questioning part for now. Her perky look is perfectly surreal considering the murder she just committed in cold blood. This woman is evil. Hey, a witch. She's a witch. Nice teacher, remind me to never go to the school. Yeah. Maybe adulthood isn't so bad. Hey Rob, have a good lurk, thank you. Powerful. Cruel. I hope you'll listen more carefully from now on, otherwise you'll keep giving me the wrong answers. Evelyn quickly walks back down the stairs towards the board and turns back to the class. I expect you all to take notes seriously. I can't believe it. Is she going to resume the class like nothing happened? Now, let's talk about microsociology. My god. To be honest, being an adult is better than the life I had as a kid. Yeah, it doesn't really happen that often that is actually better. The snort. I know. Without the slightest regard of the various corpses littering the room, Evelyn begins to recite a sociology lecture before the simultaneously frightened and bewildered eyes of the still living students. I feel like you are completely asleep this morning. Come on, take notes. All the students are now aware that each of her recommendations carries with it a threat of immediate death. As a result, I hear a number of hands timidly tapping on keyboards, beginning with Emma's, on whose face I read deep terror. With a pleading look, she tells me to imitate her to avoid the witch's wrath. The witch who killed Lucas. I'm mad. The one who will probably kill us all by the end of the day. With trembling hands, I barely manage to unlock my laptop. The chat window appears before me, flooded with new messages. She uses magic! This is a nightmare. I'm having a nightmare. I just want to wake up. I'm in a nightmare. We're all in a nightmare! Shut the fuck or die. There's no such thing as magic. That's impossible. She's a witch. Fuck shit up. She can kill us all with one look. I still can't get signal. Someone call 911. We still don't have internet. It's because of her. It's her magic. We're all gonna die. She killed Matt. You mad, bro? I'm about to throw up, but she'll kill me if she hears me. We can kill her if we all go together. Who's with me? We're all gonna die, idiot. She's using magic. We can't do anything. Yeah, I was like, I think I have the wrong class. I gotta go. Stuck in the matrix. I don't want to die. Please save me. Please, please. Dan, womanizer. Focus. There's gotta be a way out of this. Yeah, let's go and kill her. She won't have time to get us all. I don't want to die. You try that on your own. I'm sitting next to Lucas. The smell is unbearable. Please help me. Save me, please. My parents are rich. Please save me. We're all in this together, you moron. We're all in this together. Calm down, we'll come up with a plan. We need to exchange the answers to the questions on this chat so we don't die. See, actually, you are making sense, my friend. We're all gonna die anyway. Everybody sit still or you'll die. You just have to sit there and pretend to take notes. Maybe you should just, you know, actually take notes. This is divine punishment. It's because you're all sinners. Shut up. It's all your fault. You're a sinner too, so shut up. We are fucked. A divine punishment? Maybe that's what it is after all. A loud vomit echoes around the room. The girl sitting next to Lucas's corpse has finally cracked. I take a quick look at Evelyn. She continues her lecture without caring about the sickening noise. And all of these concepts bring us back to the decision-making process that you should already be familiar with. Were you the one who was afraid you'd die if you threw up? She spared you. Maybe she kills randomly. She's a witch. She would kill anyone. I don't know. I mean, you know that Lucas was my friend. He was a huge asshole who abused girls. That's pure bullshit. This story, it was true? He's a sinner. Repent or you will all die. I've heard about this. Of course it's true. I know one of his victims. I heard he always uses the same method. He picks up a shy girl, she comes to his room, and he... But that doesn't necessarily imply that she didn't agree. I know a girl who didn't. He's the worst trash. He did several victims in this university. This is no news. Shut up. If it was true, they would have told the cops. No, that's why he picked shy loner girls. It's much harder for them to go to the police. Besides, it's unbearable to even tell anyone about the details. I also know a girl who was abused by Lucas. All the girls in our year know he is super dangerous. So true, that's why most of his victims are from other years. Lucas may have been an asshole, but how does this help us in any way? The witch is gonna kill us all. She's gonna start asking questions again very soon. Yeah, that witch is gonna kill us like she killed Matt. I know Matt. He wasn't so much of a saint either. Don't you dare say that Matt deserved to die. Matt was abusing girls? I've known him for years. He would never do that. I don't think he did that kind of thing, but I heard about a messed up story of him. He had a one-night stand with a girl who got pregnant and he made her have an abortion. So what? Matt didn't do anything wrong. She made the decision to abort. Despite the visceral fear that refuses to leave my body, I try to concentrate on the last exchanges. Matt forced a girl he slept with to have an abortion. This reminds me of something. The memory of the exchange between Matt and Evelyn just before his death suddenly flashes back to me. When a couple is expecting a child, who should make the decisions? Evelyn, she asked Matt that question. It escalated very quickly, but also with Lucas escalated very quickly. A very specific question for Matt. Does that mean she knew? In a brief moment of lucidity, I try to gather my thoughts. Evelyn is a demon, a witch, a psychopath. She can kill us all with a snap of her fingers, and yet she follows a very specific plan. She gives us orders, terrifies us, asks us questions. A small voice in my head starts to grow louder. What if she didn't kill randomly? I mentally run down the casualty list. Lucas. Seems like he was abusing girls. People might even say he deserves what he got. He's someone punishable. Matt, he forces a girl to have an abortion. Another behavior Evelyn would want to punish, as she might consider that he was gaslighting the girl to get what he wanted, regardless of the girl's well-being. Yet he answered that the mother should be the one to make the decision. Did he suspect that Evelyn knew? Did he sense that this question was directly aimed at him regarding this very specific event? Evelyn didn't seem to expect any particular answer. Actually, I don't know if there is a really good answer to such a vague question. But then, was it a trick question? Was it a question designed to psychologically torture him before killing him for good, to punish him for his behavior? Let's start again. Lucas and Matt may have been punished for their behavior towards the girls. But what about the other deaths? The one who died by fire while trying to open the door. The girl was killed while vomiting on the floor, unable to move. The one who was left paralyzed standing by the door. No, class is not over. I'm sorry, but eating is not allowed in class. That's how you mess up the room. I is not a valid excuse. Sorry. Did they die because they didn't follow the rules imposed by Evelyn? But what would those rules be? If you don't go back to your seats, I'll have to punish you too. Is everyone seated? Good, let's get back to the questions. I expect you to take notes. Seriously. Would it be enough to be a good, obedient student to survive? Lucas and Matt died after being questioned directly. In other words, they probably had no hope of survival. Evelyn wanted them dead. As for the others, they were not interrogated. They died because they did not obey the rules. They were not seated. They did not follow the class. They tried to leave the room in the middle of the class. I shake my head to try to give myself some hope. I'm sure my theory holds up. Once Evelyn is done punishing all the students guilty of punishable behavior, she will spare the others. The others, the ones who can follow the rules until the end of the class. I need to share this with the others so that there are no more casualties. I'm just about to write on the chat when Evelyn lets out a loud exclamation. So we got abortion, using bully tactics to get laid, and eating. I'm kind of questioning old Witchy Poo's rules, morals. I mean, not eating in the classroom was a rule at our school too. Like, we were not allowed to eat, not allowed to leave class, no cell phones. Thank you for making me drink, Robin. So it kind of makes sense that people who didn't do anything wrong just have to follow the simple rules, and the people who actually did do something wrong, well, sucks to be you. But you use your phone under the table anyway. Exactly. Or you were like, I forgot a pen, and then I'm just making notes. In class, no go on leaving cell phones, eating, drinking, use calculators, or start convos with other kids. You were not allowed to use calculators? I mean, we were not allowed to use calculators when we were doing math tests. Or sometimes you were, because they were difficult and you needed that specific calculator, you know? But otherwise we were allowed to use calculators. And then everyone was typing like hello and boobs. You know how it goes. Oh, really? No. We were allowed to use calculators, luckily. Ah, okay. Well, we had that sometimes, but not all the times. Alright. Oh, I almost forgot a little question. I instantly freeze as if paralyzed by an unearthly cold embrace. Emma turns to me, looking even more terrified than before. I squeeze her hands with all my strength and utter a few words under my breath. You're safe. She should be in no danger. She's taking notes, she's listening to the lecture, she's a very good student. She's a girl. Evelyn seems to only punish guys guilty of terrible behavior towards girls. I pray that my theory is correct. I think I should be alright. I'm a normal guy. And yet, why am I shaking like a leaf? You there, what's your name? Breathless, I look up with devastating eyes at Evelyn, who is staring at someone across the room. Me? Dead silence. All the students turn to the unfortunate girl. I recognize her. It's Lucy, a rather loner girl in the class. Evelyn simply nods with a broad smile, arms leaning against her desk near the board. The brief relief of knowing I'm safe is immediately replaced by frustration at the inconsistency of the choice of the new victim. I think everyone has that literal conversation with their teacher at some point. Why is she singling out a girl? Unless she's not planning to kill her? Maybe Evelyn just wants to psychologically torture us into thinking she's going to kill everyone. Maybe she'll spare this girl and kill the next student she asks a question to. The next one. That could be me. Claire. My name is Claire? Uh-oh. Oh, she's lying! Lucy is lying! Oh no, she's gonna die. I frown. What is she doing? Her name is Lucy. If Evelyn finds out, she's lying to her. Claire? That's a pretty name. Lucy's face is almost morbidly pale, but she managed to hold Evelyn's gaze without blinking. I've always thought that the name we're given at birth is the starting point of a great injustice since we don't choose it ourselves. What do you think, Claire? She knows. She knows that Lucy lied to her. She knows everything. Lucy's doomed. Yes, you're right. I'm always right. No need to mention it. Evelyn's smiles widens, then she bursts out laughing. I'm kidding, of course. Nobody's perfect. Lucy's face breaks down as Evelyn walks up the stairs towards the row where her new victim is sitting. This psychological torture is unbearable, including for us bystanders. Does Evelyn plan to kill her, or does she just want to terrorize her? So, Claire. Question for you. About responsibility. I resign myself to the obvious. Lucy is going to die. Is a person who distributes illegal content on the internet guilty, even if he or she did not participate in the making of that content themselves? Lucy burst into tears in response to this oddly specific question. Please, I don't know. I thought they were always consenting, I swear. Evelyn stares condescendingly at Lucy, half leaning over her. The unearthly glow of her medallion gleams on the tear-streaked face of the hapless victim. Please, spare me, I'm so sorry. Please, please! Evelyn's gaze grows a little softer. Lucy, I'm sorry to see you so desperate. Lucy raises her pleading eyes. But your answer is off topic. With a simple gesture, Evelyn causes a small bluish mist to appear and ripple around Lucy's body. The latter begins to tremble so violently that her seat hammers the metal railing that serves as its support is in a sonorous clacking. Sometimes I just can't speak words. Clack, 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 clack. The shaking stops after a few seconds, and with a dull thud, Lucy's head falls against the table, her face turned in my direction. A fresh wave of nausea seizes me. Blood has abundantly sputtered from her eyes and mouth during her agony. With a snap of her fingers, Evelyn clears the magical mist and walks back down to the podium, a mysterious smile on her face. Remember, responsibility is one of the must-have sociological studies in the program. Once back by her desk, Evelyn continues the class as if nothing had happened. Nothing in her appearance betrays the murder she has just perpetrated. Not her immaculate clothes, not her impeccable coif hair, not her medallion, which has returned to its usual hue. Don't forget to take notes, this is important. I hear the sound of someone puking from across the room, but no screams. Most of the students go back to tapping away fervently at their keyboards, looking terrified. Evelyn also targets girls. No one is safe. Emma, I love you. I whispered these words without taking my eyes off my screen, terrified of attracting Evelyn's attention. Emma simply squeezes my hands with unusual strength. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a few tears falling on her keyboard as she continues to take notes. I have to figure out the rules of this sadistic, perverted game. I have to save Emma. I close my eyes and try to recall the details of the scene despite the gagging in my stomach. Evelyn asked a very specific question, again, and Lucy did not react in her usual way, as if she knew exactly what it was about. Please, I didn't know. I thought they were always consenting, I swear. Lucy, she was guilty. She admitted her guilt. She understood that Evelyn had targeted her for a reason. Evelyn's criterion for guilt would simply be harming other girls regardless of the gender of the perpetrator. Maybe it's not just girls. Maybe it is just, harming others. Not just girls. I logged back into the chat room at full speed. I need to know more about Lucy's story. Does anyone know what Lucy was talking about? Who were the non-consenting people? We're all gonna die! She's a sinner too! Repent, everyone. This guy seems to have lost his mind, but I feel like his sinner theory somehow kind of right. I just need to confirm it with Lucy's story. It's just rumors, but I heard she was collecting sex tapes from some students and reselling them to porn websites. I guess in a lot of the cases the girls didn't even know they were being filmed. I never checked online though. It's not a rumor, it's true. She even admitted it herself. Not sure if this is related, but I've seen videos of Lucas on porn websites. Same. +1. And not just Lucas, by the way. There are a few other guys from this university who had videos of them having sex with a lot of different girls. Would that mean that Lucy had a deal with these guys? That would explain Evelyn's question about responsibility. But how could she know something like that? She's a witch! She knows everything! We're all gonna die, it's only a matter of time. My theory seems to be confirmed. There are two types of victims, the punished and the disobedient. The punished are targeted directly through Evelyn's questions, which allow her to remind them of their misdeeds before killing them. They are guilty of having carried out terrible acts, supposedly on girls. In other words, those who didn't do any evil thing have nothing to fear in principle. As for the disobedient, it can be anyone. The moment you disobey Evelyn's rules, you have the target on your head. Supposedly, it would be enough to pretend to be a good student and to obey her orders when she gives them. Supposedly. I shake my head. There are too many holes in my reasoning, too many gray areas. But it's the only lead I have. If this could save lives, I need to tell everyone. Look, I don't think she's randomly targeting her victims. Shut up! Matt didn't deserve to die, not like this. Lucas, Matt, now Lucy. Every time she asks a question, she knows something morally wrong her victims did. Exactly, she only targets sinners. You have condemned us all, you fuckers. What's your deal? What's your deal, Iboya? You're saying that you agree with the other sicko here? It's a bit more complicated, basically. Evelyn kills people who she thinks have done something wrong. She asks them a question with no good answer and she kills them. And Alicia, she killed her while she collapsed on the floor vomiting. That's because in addition to her sadistic justice, Evelyn also kills people who don't obey the rules, like those who stood by the door despite her threat. You're on her side or what? It's their fault they were killed by that crazy bitch. They were paralyzed with fear. He's on her side for sure. What's with the bullshit rules? If no one knows them, it just means she's killing blindly. It's a bullshit excuse to kill us all like pigs. It doesn't make sense, she just kills for fun. She's a witch. She wants to sacrifice us to invoke an ancient demon on Earth. Shit, I underestimated the difficulty of sharing ideas online. Nobody's really listening to me. A very light tap on my back almost makes me scream in surprise. I turn around and see Jessica, Dan, and Wes on the seats right behind me. Hey, it's not that dumb, your theory. Jessica is careful to keep her voice low. Despite the relative distance between us and the board and thus Evelyn, there's no telling how much she can hear. What are you doing here? You're insane. Why would you move from your seats? It's okay. She's focused on writing. Look. I quickly turn back to Evelyn and see with relief that she is still facing the board, writing sociological concepts that sound completely unfamiliar to me. Seems like she can't hear us. We should be fine. Emma joins the discussion. Iboya, I think your theory makes sense, but yeah, it's not stupid, but we still don't know how to get out of here. More whispers get our attention. Iboya, are you sure about your theory? How do you explain that the witch spares Rose? She was with the others near the door, though. I catch a glimpse of the twins who have moved closer and are now almost glued to Emma. Rose, the one who passed out on the floor? The twins nod their heads perfectly in sync. That's what I was going to say. There are some details I still don't understand at all. I glance back at Evelyn in fear again. She quietly continues to write a rather dense lecture on the board, clearly unbothered by our whispers. I try to remember the scene. Rose. That's consistent with what Iboya says. Rose passed out, so she couldn't obey the rules. What the hell are you talking about? The witch. She asked everyone to go sit down. That was the rule. Go back to your seat. Does that mean we're in danger since we switched places? I don't think so. Since the murder started, I've changed seats 3 times and I still haven't been targeted. As long as we stay seated, I think she's satisfied. Why did you change your seat 3 times? Jessica looks at Dan like she's talking to a child. To get me closer to you so we can come up with a plan, you idiot. But to get back to Rose, that doesn't add up. She killed Alicia who was throwing up. She couldn't get back to her seat either. That scene suddenly comes back to my mind. Poor thing. She fainted. What kind of teacher would I be if I punished a student with anemia? As for her... I'm sorry, but eating is not allowed in class. That's how you make the room dirty. The rule is to behave in class. Remember, she said she couldn't punish someone with anemia. So she couldn't kill Rose. She spares someone who has anemia, but she punishes someone who can't control their gut when facing dead corpses? That's complete bullshit. She made it clear that no eating was allowed in class, even though she knew full well that Alicia was throwing up because of the situation and not because of her breakfast. Her reasoning is partially sick, for sure. But since then, there have been plenty of other students who threw up and are still alive. Jessica fixes Emma with an ice stare. They were in their seats, which was the main rule. Go back to your seats. That's completely twisted. If she was throwing up, she couldn't go back to her seat. Yeah, it just shows how sadistic she is. If you know you can't hold your guts in, then you shouldn't have headed to the door. But Rose fainted. According to your twisted reasoning, she too should have stayed in her place if she knew she couldn't stand. I massage my aching temples. I don't know. Maybe she sees anemia as potentially related to poor health. So something we don't choose. You don't choose to vomit. Maybe it's not so much a matter of affliction as of consequence. When you vomit, you're still conscious, even if moving is very delicate. She doesn't want to kill people who won't see death coming to them. She's the worst kind of sadist. She insists on following the rules normally imposed by a teacher. A teacher? You thought she was a teacher? She's not here to teach us anything, she's here to kill. We know all that. Iboya's theory is that she's playing teacher to catch us off guard on very simple rules of behavior that everyone knows, but applied to a morbid, supernatural situation. That way, she's sure everyone will make mistakes. That's disgustingly sadistic, but it seems to fit her personality well. Exactly. Look, I don't know where her supernatural powers come from, nor do I know why we're stuck in such a nightmare. However, I get the impression that she's trying to punish certain students guilty of behavior deemed harmful. Then raises his voice slightly despite the risks. What do you mean exactly? She's playing the vigilante, that's your theory? So all the guys who are not perfect have to die? Guys or girls, it seems. I don't care, you're saying I deserve to die? Emma turns back to Evelyn, looking very concerned. Dan, I'm begging you, keep your voice down. Dan, we don't make the rules. I just feel like I have to bet my life on your bullshit theory? That's what you're saying? And you're safe because you're the nice little boyfriend of a nice little girl? Jessica slaps the back of his head. We told you to shut up. And stop freaking out. We're all in this together. We're all in this together. Dan stares murderously at Jessica, but eventually regains his composure. We're just trying to figure out this witch's motives to maybe save some lives, nothing more. Dan looks unconvinced. Yeah, to save your lives. Wait, why are you convinced that Evelyn is going to come after you? Don't tell me you did terrible things to her, girl. Dan turns sharply to me. Of course not, I'm not a freak. Jessica raises her eyebrows. Of course not, I have principles. Good for you. But then, why do you feel so threatened? If she is indeed seeking revenge on anyone who has hurt a girl in the past, then pauses, staring into space. I've never done anything atrocious like Lucas, but I'm not exactly the monogamous type, you know? So, I've been with a lot of girls in a relationship, single. didn't matter to me. I probably caused a lot of breakups, and sometimes for couples who were pretty serious. Not that serious, considering these girls were still willing to sleep with a guy like you. I'm not saying I'm super proud of it, but it's not like it's against the law, and I may not be the only one at fault. It takes two to cheat, right? I'm almost surprised you know that. That still makes me a guy with reprehensible behavior. Call her morals, values, or anything. If it fits into her rules, I'm doomed. She's going to bleed me dry for acting like this. On the other hand, if you really did act like trash... Emma glares at Chloe. Don't say things like that. No one deserves to die for that. Jessica gives Chloe the coldest look I've ever seen. You're a pro-death penalty, right? Watching bad guys die in front of you makes you happy? Does it make you feel better about your own little life? Chloe looks down at the floor, but Zoe immediately flies to her rescue. The twins have always been extremely close and supportive of each other. It's not what she meant. No one wants Dan to die, but if Iboya's theories is right, that's pretty reassuring, right? It means there is real hope for some of the students. The good students, right? Trash like me can croak as quickly as possible to help you get out. No, that's not what you meant, right? How about you shut up instead? What do you think? Dan, calm down right now. The witch is only targeting people who have actually done horrible things. There's no telling whether she'll actually start targeting minor sins like cheating on someone. If so, pretty much everyone will be dead on the death row, not just you. Then shell begins to crack and I begin to detect signs of fear on his face. Fear of being next in line. I place my hand on his arm. I have nothing to offer him but my empathy. And my fear. Jessica's right. If she starts killing over little mistakes, then we're all doomed. No one is perfect. Visibly on the verge of tears, Dan looks at me, shaking his head. Alright, back to the main topic. How can we use this theory to get out of here? Yeah, we have to find a loophole in the rules. There's got to be one. I keep to myself my fear that any possible loophole, if there is one, could have been left knowingly by Evelyn to trap us. To kill us and any trace of hope even more cruelly. Wes speaks up. I forgot he was here too. What if someone pure tried to open the door? Jessica glares at him. Haven't you been listening? Anyone who doesn't follow the rules gets killed too, pure or not. Wes shakes his head, an unusually serious look on his face. No, that's a corollary of Iboya's theory. His theory is just that Evelyn targets impure students when she asks questions, which has been true so far. So what, the others hadn't done anything? That we don't know. You said it yourself, nobody is perfect. Maybe all those who have died so far had something to blame, including the guy who tried to open the door. And maybe that's why he was burned alive. Because he was a sinner, too. I painfully suppress a new shudder. Burned alive, that's probably the worst kind of death. It actually isn't. It actually isn't. Because the flames will eventually burn down your nerve system and whatnot that eventually you don't feel anything anymore. But if you are drowning, you can feel your lungs get full, and you notice every fucking second of you dying. When you're burned alive, you do not. It's still unpleasant, don't get me wrong, but it's not the worst type of death. Your theory is based on untested assumptions. Likey boyas, if you're right, then since no one is perfect, we're all doomed. All of us. So we have nothing to lose by trying anything, including my theory. Dan stares at Wes with the pleading look of one who is willing to do anything to survive. Wes, what do you suggest? It's very simple. I think there are pure and impure students by Evelyn's standards. The pure are not supposed to die, while the others are definitely doomed. As a result, we all have to do is send someone pure to open the door. The witch won't want to kill him, and he'll have a real escape route. Then, while she's busy killing the next impure one on the list, we can try to escape altogether. Since there will be pure people in the crowd, she won't be able to kill indiscriminately, which will leave the possibility for some of the impure ones to get out alive. Yeah, that's not so dumb. Like he said, we don't have anything to lose. But your stupid theory, we're all going to die for sure. This theory is even more fictitious than mine. Yeah, I don't get what Wes is saying. If a pure person is not following the rules, which means leaving the class during class, you still die. Regardless if you haven't done something incredibly wrong. I don't think Wes is right. A pure delirium with childish naivety. As if the key to our survival could rest on something so simple, so black and white. And yet, it's tempting to cling to the slightest hint of hope, however illusory or ridiculous. His plan doesn't make sense. Maybe there is some truth to it. No, I don't think it makes sense. Because she can also just kill impure people with like slapping, like clapping or doing the finger thing or whatnot. But I think it doesn't really... No, I don't think it makes sense. Like, she doesn't always jump towards the person to get them killed, because she was also able to kill Lucy with like the blue mist. So she's not like busy with someone. No, I don't think it makes sense. I think she might notice that for some reason. I mean, she also knows every specific thing about every person in this classroom, apparently. So I think she might, like, senses if somebody is gonna try and do that. I think really to just get out of this is just be a good student. I think just following the rules, take notes, hopefully, you know, answer her questions right if you ever get a question or whatnot, then I think you should be fine. I sigh in frustration. If Dan is convinced, that means it's a plan worthy of a kindergartner. In other words, something you shouldn't do. I take a quick look at Jessica's inquisitive face. She seems to share my apprehension. I mean, she did wink at me. You say seduce her instead. She winked at me, though. Calm down, Dan. There's just one issue with this brilliant plan of yours. Jessica sets her big eyes on Wes, who immediately blinks. The pure person who's going to go open the door to test your theory? Are you talking about yourself? No, I hang out with Dan. I'm probably listed as impure too. You wanted to designate someone else to be in line for the slaughterhouse? Wes stares at Zoe with a look of intimidation. We'll only get one chance to try this plan. We absolutely must choose the most blameless, pure person, someone who will have the best chance of not being targeted by the witch. Don't you dare send Emma. Don't you dare send my girlfriend. A serious, kind, well-liked person who is above suspicion. Seduce her up until the point she's tied to the bed, then come up with a way to end it all in your devious plan, which you've then hopefully got time for. Wes turns his gaze to Emma. My mind is about to explode. You little shit, you want Emma to sacrifice herself to save your miserable life? Keep it down, you idiot. Emma keeps her eyes glued to Wes, looking stunned. Wes, you're crazy, we can't. I'd rather see us all die in excruciating pain than sacrifice Emma on the basis of a completely fucked up assumption. Wes, you coward. Why don't you do it yourself? I told you, we need to pick someone as pure as possible. We'll only get one chance. I clicked on this plan was bullshit, right? Because it still feels like we're executing this. Emma, I know what I'm asking of you, but you're checking off all the boxes. Fuck you. Emma interrupts me by putting her hand over my mouth. Boya, stop, you'll get us all killed, please. I have to summon all the strengths I can to keep my composure. There's no way Emma is sacrificing herself. You'd rather have all of us die than give a small chance of survival to others? I'm about to snap his twiggy little neck when Emma puts her hand on my arm, looking pleading. I close my mouth with a loud sigh. Don't touch Emma, not one finger. There's a long silence. The only sounds I hear are Evelyn's distant voice still reciting the lecture and the mechanical noise of computer keyboards all around us. Eventually, the eyes converge on Jessica, who stares at Emma with a dark look as usual. If she dares, I think it's a shitty plan. It's way too risky and it has no basis, in fact. Emma sighs, a slightly relieved look on her face. Even though I would never have let them do it, it's easier that Wes stays completely isolated, this filthy coward. According to Yuboya's theory, we have some time left before we are killed, provided we obey the rules. Time we can use to find a loophole. I agree. Yeah, you're right. Emma sighs again. Anyone has a lead? A handful of students in front of us turn around after making sure Evelyn is still writing on the board. Hey, Boya, you know how to escape from here? Please, I'll give you anything you want. I just want to get out alive. Jessica gives them her most haughty look. You idiots, have you been listening? We're still looking. You said you had a theory, Boya. Yes, but a theory to survive a little longer, that's all. Until we figure out how to get out of here. Jessica nods her head in agreement. I'm rich! My father can give you anything, just get me out of here. Did you not pay any attention? We don't know how yet. Emma, you're a super nice girl. Please, I'll do anything you want. The twins both sigh. These guys are crazy. Talk about losers. That explains some of the messages on the chat. There has to be a way to escape. If there are rules, there are loopholes. The real question is, if Evelyn thought of rules to torture us, why would she leave us the option to exploiting any loopholes? Could we use one of the weird weapons she invoked? I'm sure. If you have time to chat, it means you already know everything about this class. Our entire little group instantly freezes. You there. Were you saying something? Is it because you're bored? No, not at all. The allegedly very rich student's shaky voice betrays the sobs that agitate him. It's probably more interesting than this class. Could you share with the whole class what you were saying? A cold sweat floods my chest. It could have been me. I'm 3 feet away from him. But he's the one who is doomed. He was the last one to speak. The last one to break the rules. With a howl, The student in front of me gets up and runs full speed towards the large glass window at the back of the room. Oh, we're gonna see what happens, corpse. You were talking about the glass windows. I watched the scene in awe. Evelyn is still standing motionless next to the board, a toothy grin on her lips. What does she plan to? The student throws all his weight against one of the large windows in hopes of shattering it. I can't help but wish with all my heart that he will succeed. If he does, will Evelyn have time to kill us all? Will we be able to sneak away during the class or call for help? A new flash of light dazzles me for a moment then it disappears, just as suddenly. My eyes slowly reopen, but the long, pained groan I hear leaves no doubt as to the outcome of this escape attempt. A new vision of horror awaits me. The student who tried to flee lies a few meters off the ground, pierced by a wall of purple thorny vines that dance all along the large windows. Very quickly, his rattling dies down and his lifeless body comes to a complete stop, just like the brambles that now seem to be frozen. On the other side of the window, through the few gaps left by the thorny veins, I see a bright blue sky, as if to cruelly remind us of our captivity, the fatal outcome of which is no longer in doubt. The room is perfectly silent, aware that the slightest noise could be sanctioned by Evelyn. There is no alternative to this deadly little game. We must play by the rules. The only way to survive is to break through the cracks. Next to me, Emma sits straight in her chair, eyes closed. How rude. You can discuss as much as you want after class is over. A new feeling of deep unease comes over me. I feel as if Evelyn is looking at me with a sardonic smile. Her eyes, an unearthly glint dances in the depths of her eyes. Could it be madness? Cruelty? Sadism? Or simply fun? In a great theatrical gesture, Evelyn turns back to the board and starts writing again as if nothing had happened. Her medallion, glowing with magic, bounces against her chest as she moves, an unyielding witness to the carnage she has wrought. Deep inside me, a small voice that I had previously muzzled now resounds with force. We can't get out anymore. We are doomed. This class took 3 hours, right? I've saved 3 times. Does that mean 3 hours are over? Alright, now you should have the basics of microsocially. No, the glass didn't break. Magic veins with thorns covered it. Evelyn goes back to sit on her desk, looking satisfied. Behind her, the board is black with words most likely related to social. I cannot pronounce this word. I'm so sorry. But I am unable to focus on them. Evelyn, what kind of new horror is she planning? Okay, now that we are done with this chapter, I think it's time for some questions. Time for some questions. This relentless phrase catches up with us again. She's not done with the punishments. How many people are going to be killed before she finally lets us out? Is she really planning to sacrifice the entire student body one by one under the guise of nobody's perfect? I quickly scan the room looking for Evelyn's next potential victim. I see a small group of 3 students who are shaking all over. I can't remember their names, but they are the kind of guys who usually play bad boys in any situation. They probably realize they are guilty of some shady stuff, which is why their panic is so obvious. They are condemned. Evelyn walks slowly along the main staircase like an empress. An empress who has the right of life and death over each and every one of us, just like in the old days. Remember, microsociology is based on two founding pillars: social interactions and communication between individuals. We've already talked about social interactions, so how about questions about communication? Her malevolent smile widened. Are there any volunteers? I restrained myself from looking directly at her, afraid to meet her eyes. Sure, witch. Do your usual sadistic little trick. We know damn well you're going to point to the person you had in mind all along. Nobody? Okay, well, I'll have to pick someone again. Evelyn slowly moves closer to our row. Shit. I hope she doesn't target Dan. I haven't heard from you since the beginning of class. What a shame. You seem to be such a good student. My whole body instantly freezes. No way. Can't be. Takes me all the strength of my will to manage to turn my head in Evelyn's direction. What was your name again? Emma? No. That's completely impossible. Emma sits stiffly upright in her seat, livid, her wide eyes focused on Evelyn. She barely manages to nod her head in agreement. Let's see, an easy question for someone like you. I am on the verge of apoplexy. Blood rushes through my skull so fast that my eyes naturally close. Only Evelyn's mocking face refuses to disappear, like an indelible stain on my retina. Emma. My Emma. Doomed. It's impossible. What place is there for honesty in a couple? In other words, should we tell each other everything? I open my mouth to scream, but only a hoarse grumble comes out. Evelyn turns to me, a finger over her mouth. Ta ta ta, no cheating. You should wait for your turn to answer. Her eyes cast a blue, evil light. For a moment, I see a stronger flicker deep in her pupils and I feel something go haywire inside me. I can't breathe. I put my hands to my neck, still held to my seat by some magical force probably triggered by Evelyn's curse. Emma turns to me in panic. Stop, I beg you. Evelyn stares at Emma, a big smile on her face. Yet another proof of her sadism as I continue to suffocate in my seat. Emma, I ask you a question. Emma topples over into an advanced state of panic. I try to stop Emma from answering the question, but the lack of oxygen prevents me from doing anything. Please, don't answer. I honestly telling each other everything? Yes. Evelyn claps her hands together. Excellent answer. Emma turns to me, stunned. Iboya, I have... My vision blurs from my... I know this word. Visication? Something like that. On her face. Is it... blood? I can barely make out Emma as she collapses to the ground. I think I hear the screaming of the twins nearby, but my ears are ringing terribly. The lack of oxygen is getting the better of me. My head is spinning. Where is Emma? On the verge of fainting, I see two huge eyes. Terrifying. Careful. The class is not over yet. You must not leave your seat. At these words, I finally managed to suck in a huge gulp of air. Emma is lying on the floor, a long blue dagger protruding from her back. Breathless, I struggle to scream. Emma. My Emma. Emma! Evelyn's threat hits me hard. If I leave my seat, I will be punished. I will die too. I lower my tear-filled eyes towards Emma's body, whose face straightens slightly towards me. Boya, forgive me. The horror of Evelyn's twisted trap intrudes on me in all its glory. If I want to live, I must let the girl I love die before my eyes. Without being able to comfort her, without being able to touch her one last time. I must let her die alone, abandoned on the dusty floor of an auditorium. Okay, hang on. This does not make things clear. No way as in no way I'm touching her? Or no way as in no way I'm gonna let her die alone? Or is it, like, this is not helpful? Huh. I kinda don't know which one of which is gonna give me, like, I don't know what's gonna happen because these answers do not make things clear for me. Like, I don't have a choice. I think I don't have a choice, I think, is that we're just gonna let her die. And I think no way is that I'm not gonna be touching her. Emma is going to die. And I have to watch her die totally powerless. With my eyes still on Emma's shaking body, I turn to Evelyn in a pleading voice. Please spare her, please. Despite the distance between us, Evelyn's mocking voice seems to whisper in my ear. If you keep disrupting class, I'll have to punish you. Emma's gaze becomes pleading. Please don't. Her voice is weak but still manages to convey her message forcefully. Tears stream down my cheeks. Even to the end, she's still concerned about me, about my survival. Emma, I'm sorry. Sorry? The girl I love is dying in front of me. I'm not doing anything to help her and I'm sorry? But yeah, do something. My voice turns into a horror's whisper. I love you. Emma pretends to smile despite a coughing fit that causes a new spray of blood to appear along her mouth. Iboya, I love you. Her last sentence is interrupted by a jolt from the dagger that seems to move on its own along her spine. As life completely abandons Emma and her big blue eyes turn... Why does it say big blue eyes? Because she had brown eyes, but it's fine. I feel as if I'm drained of all emotion. I no longer feel anger or terror. I just feel a deep despair that almost completely numbs my pain. Emma couldn't even finish her sentence. Evelyn probably waited for the right moment to put her out of her misery to make my pain worse. Evelyn. I know I should feel all the hatred in the world for her. I know I should stand up, use the dagger stuck in Emma's body and run to certain death trying to tear out her huge blue eyes. A normal person would just take the cruelest and hardest revenge possible. But these thoughts seem perfectly futile to me. Nothing matters anymore. Emma's dead. I close my eyes and begin to cry openly, not caring about any punishment from Evelyn. Boy, I'm so sorry. When I open my eyes again, I see Dan, who has moved right next to me from the back row. I guess Evelyn has resumed her class and that quiet movement and whispering is allowed again. Evelyn asked Emma a question about communication and if in a relationship there should always like be honesty. And Emma said yes, and then she got stabbed in the back. So I guess Emma wasn't honest. I look at him blankly. A little further down the road, the twins are on the verge of fainting, their faces ravaged by numerous dry tear tracks. We're gonna get even. We're going to kill her, I swear. I remain silent. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. But it kind of makes it look like Emma was lying or not honest, you know, like about something. On the bright side, you don't have to spend billions on Valentine's Day or Emma's birthday. This is true. Always look on the bright side of life. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Jessica watching me intently from the row behind me, a look of concentration on her face. We won't stay passive, we're gonna make it. It's as if my heart has turned into some kind of black hole that has completely wiped out any form of emotion in me. I continue to stare at him without saying a word. I have been chat for Emma. Hey Arza, good to see you. How are you doing? Emma was cheating. Cheating with Jessica. I don't know, but I think Jessica might have something to do with Emma's honesty, though, because since Jessica doesn't really seem to like Emma for some reason. I'm good, just too bad I just missed out on Emma's funeral. Well, I mean, she's still lying right next to me. We're stuck in class. We can't go to a funeral. She's still fresh, yeah. I think the body is still warm. But yeah, say something. Something. Then shakes me by the shoulder despite the risk involved if Evelyn spots us. I still put her in the salad. Exactly. Come on, there's no point in crying forever. We have to get even now. The ocean of pain that completely overwhelmed me slowly turns into a raging anger. Shut up. What? I don't care anymore. She killed Emma. That's why we need to react. Emma, she was perfect, and yet she killed her, slaughtered like her lamb. Looking contrite, Dan puts his hand on my shoulder in what he hopes is a comforting gesture. It is not. My theory was completely wrong. She kills anyone. If Emma was targeted, then we're all going down. Thank you. Thank you. Emma was perfect. Tears well up in my eyes again. Should have stayed with her. Evelyn would have killed me too, and I would have died with Emma. We would have stayed together, and she wouldn't have had to die alone. Like, my voice breaks into sobs. Anger again gives way to sadness and despair. Almost F5-0? How so? Dan watches me with clenching jaws, looking visibly moved. Come up with a plan if it amuses you. There are no rules, no logic. She's going to kill us all with her invisible magical powers, and we're going to die totally helpless. There has to be rules. You said so. Emma is dead. There are no rules. Leave me alone and enjoy your last moments. Dan widens his eyes, shocked by my fatalism. This isn't like you, giving up like this. Leave me alone. I just want to... Just what? Stay with Emma? So what am I waiting for, to get up from my seat and have Evelyn kill me? Am I just a coward? We have to give the pianist in the classroom mad respect for playing unfazed by any drama or murder. Yeah, he's probably like, I can't stop. I cannot look away because otherwise she's gonna kill me too. I have to keep playing. No, I was talking about her. My thinking is interrupted by Evelyn's voice again. Well, let's get back to the questions. Is there a volunteer? An unexpected commotion fills the room. After Emma's death, everyone seems to understand that anyone can become Evelyn's target. He's going to kill us all! Help! Run away! The screams act as a signal. 3 students rush for the door, while a handful try their luck with the glass windows despite the thorny vein wall. The remaining students remain paralyzed in their seats, aware that it is already too late to get moving. No, he changed the tune. It became like Jaws. It's fitting the theme. I pity the participants in this futile escape attempt. Poor fools, there's no escape. She has planned everything, we can't get out. Evelyn observes the sudden rush with an amused look. She barely needs to move an arm for more magic spears to come out from nowhere and pin the 3 runaways near the door to the ground with a sickening crack. Her smile widens as the blue glow dancing in her eyes shines brighter than ever. As does the glow in her medallion. As for those who try to get past the thorny vine wall, their screams tell me the extent of their failure. I refuse to turn into the contemplate this new part of the morbid work imagined by Evelyn. That filthy witch who deprived me of Emma. She seems to enjoy the last moans of the dying students. When a dead silence reigns again in the room, her voice raises again. What happens if we didn't go to college? Where do we go? Well, apparently you live. Not going to college was good. That was a good choice. You know, adulthood isn't so bad. I regret my decision. How you doing, Goose? Good to see you. You guys are pretty agitated. I think we can conclude the questions for now. Alright, let's get back to the class. Perhaps we should start the chapter about justice? Evelyn claps both hands, delighted by her own idea. Yes, justice. Sounds perfect. She turns back to the board and erases it with a snap of her fingers before returning to writing. The surviving students are all morbidly pale, even Dan seems particularly downcast. After all, Evelyn has just killed again. 5 people, without any hesitation. The list of the next potential victims is shrinking by the minute and everyone knows they could be next. And please, don't forget to take notes. The best students will be rewarded. Rewarded? She's blatantly messing with us. The survivor's fingers unconvincingly resume their dance on the keyboard, computer keyboard. Everyone seems to be in shock at the massacre that has just occurred. The door and the adjoining wall are now covered with blood, and a strong smell of corpses fill the atmosphere. Alright, question. Does that really start to smell so bad that fast? I guess we've gotten used to such a stench because no one is vomiting anymore despite the carnage. Or maybe we don't have anything left to vomit. Depending on the wharf, they can go pretty fast. Okay. Must be hot in there then. Evelyn, not bothered by the foul smell in the air, now recites the rest of the lesson by writing the important concepts on the board. Ibaya, we don't have a choice now. We have to come up with a plan. We're all going to die otherwise. I turn a disillusioned look toward Dan. What's the point? We're all going to die. You just said so. All the more reason to try something. An escape attempt just happened. You saw the result. Pork crackling smell. Evelyn didn't even look surprised. Dan seems at a loss for words. Ew, your body put an old... Like, he saved his poop. And then heated it up in the microwave. I mean, good for him. Good for him trying things out. But, ew. He bought a new microwave afterwards, though. Oh, thank God he did. Instead of just cleaning it with, like, lemon. So what? So what? We just have to come up with a better plan. Jessica, sitting in the row directly behind, leans in. Boy, stop whining. It won't bring Emma back. We need your help to think of a plan. I give her a hateful look. You shut up. You never wasted the chance to insult Emma. You hated her. I raise my voice despite the risk that Evelyn will hear us and just take a bite out of our lives. Jessica is such a bitch. After all, why not? We're all doomed anyway. You must feel so superior to be still alive. But Emma deserved to live 1,000 times more than you. Tears fill my eyes again. I thought I was dehydrated for good. Emma, she was so much better than you, than all of us, and yet she is. I am unable to finish my sentence. Saying these words out loud feels like an almost insurmountable ordeal. Jessica looks at me sadly. It's the first time I've seen that kind of look on her face. But yeah, about Emma. Oh, we're getting a juicy story, maybe. That she wasn't all that great as what people thought she was. Oh, Dan cuts her off? I want to know why. Is it because you two were a thingy? Spooky, scary skeleton. Spooky, scary skeleton. Emma begged you to stay put so you would stay alive. If you listen to her, it means you still have hope in you. You wanted to survive. I didn't move when she died. I watched her die like the worst kind of coward. And since then, I still haven't moved when it would be so easy to end it. I only need to stand up. And Evelyn... Iboya, Emma sacrificed herself for you. Until the end, she only thought of you. Don't throw away that chance. We can do this. Behind Dan, the twins glare at me. It's true, Iboya. Emma was counting on you. If you die without trying, then it's like she died for nothing. A small spark of fury flares up inside me. It gently rekindles a desire that I had almost completely obliterated since Emma left us. The desire to live. The despair I feel does not go away. There is no way out. Evelyn has just proved it. Her magic is far too powerful. Powerful and cruel. Just read the chat. Look at these spineless idiots who have already given up. You're better than that, Iboya. I turn back on my laptop without any conviction and scan with my eyes the last messages left on the chat. I can't believe it. She just killed 5 people at once. If she killed Emma, then we're all doomed. She kills for fun, I told you already. Don't try to find any rationale. Every time when she kills her medallion glows, what if they could get that and break it? Yeah, but how are you gonna get it? Because if you get up from your seat, you're breaking the rules, so you get killed. The only way to reach the medallion is if she is like right in front of you and you can reach it real fast. That's the only time you have a shot, but that is incredibly rare and random. So Iboya's theory was completely wrong? Iboya is just trash. No, fuck you. He's been working with her since the beginning. Yeah, maybe he wanted to give us false hope. Iboya, you filthy trash. Repent! It's because of the sins of a few that we're all doomed. He's crazy. We were all chosen as sacrifices to summon a demon to cleanse the earth of our sins. I don't know if you would raise your hand, because that's, you know, a rule maybe that you need to raise your hand first, and then she comes to you. You might have luck, but how do you get her towards you? It's not that crazy. Maybe we're all going to die because of all the wretchedness in our class. Shut up. Matt didn't deserve to die. Go away. He didn't do anything wrong. That makes sense. We're all condemned because of a few assholes who deserve to die. That's true, but then you don't know who she is gonna pick. So if she's gonna pick one of these people because they don't listen to us, if we tell them to grab the medallion, they will not do it because I'm trash. So you have to be lucky that she is either gonna come to Dan, me, Zoe, Chloe, or Jessica. Or Wes. Wes is also still there. We're going to die because all of you. I hate you all. We're all going to die because guys are worse than animals. That's just disgusting. Shut up, you all. There was also a girl among the victims, though. And Emma. It's your fault. Repent. Shut up. Repent. Just shut up. Repent. Popcorn. Repent. Shut up. Repent. 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 You're definitely not doing a family run again. How did it go? Girl among the victims. And Emma. Poor Emma. Yeah. I interrupt my reading. The non-stop flood goes on forever. Faced with adversity, people go crazy. You're better than this, Iboya. I'm not so sure about that, but I like to think so. Graham was mad the whole time and then would try to race me and tell me I picked a bad route. Ah, of course you did. What about if you let him pick the next route? Iboya, these cowards have chosen their fate, but not us. We still have a say. I let out a dejected sigh. Yeah, but then I have to run with him again. Yeah, that's true. But at least, I mean, then you tried. Anyway, my theory is wrong. I can't come up with a plan that makes sense without understanding the rules of the game. So what? You've always been too theoretical. Less talking, more acting. How goes the game? It's pretty intense. I thought I had it figured out, but I didn't. Woof! Nearly fell asleep. Oh, you're listening to my angelic voice telling you a story about how people die. What kind of action? Did you see how she killed 5 people in the blink of an eye? Boya is right. If we don't understand how she acts, we won't be able to exploit her weaknesses. Yes, you're my lullaby. I'm enjoying your reading voice. Well, thank you. That's horrible. Who's Emma? Emma was my girlfriend and she was perfect. But I don't think she was actually perfect because she died. So there has to be a reason. There has to be a reason why she died. Because she was following the rules and all the other ones were also punished. Because that theory still makes a whole lot of sense. Yeah. This is why I need Ibo to release her album so I can sleep better at night. I can read. I don't care. I'm not going to sit around and wait for death. The disencouragement wins our small assembly. The faces are dark, except for Jessica, who gives me an enigmatic and sad look at the same time. Iboya. All eyes immediately pivot on her. Pivot! Hoping that she will announce a plan as miraculous as it is unexpected. I have to tell you about Emma. I wanna know. Nobody interrupt, please. What is she going to say? That she saw Emma throw a piece of trash on the street and hence deserved to die? Jessica let out a long sigh. I'm sure she was very nice to her friends and she probably had a lot of affection for you, but... The twins opened their eyes wide. Jessica, there's no point. I wouldn't any good for him to know. What did Emma do? Wait, what? Tell me what? Speak. My tone is unnecessarily snarky, but proves my renewed interest in the affairs of this world. Emma, I hate her, it's true. I bet she put. Can everyone just please shut it? Yeah, Slayer declared. I agree. I can't forgive her since he doesn't need to hear that. He does. Oh my god. I glare at Chloe. She immediately looks down. Shut it. I need this more than ever. Since what, Jessica? Jessica closes her eyes. Since she slept with my boyfriend last year at dance party. What? Emma with David? Is that why you dumped him right afterwards? Wait, what? Zoe looks at me with pleading eyes. She was upset about her cat who died and David kept hitting on her. It's not her fault if... Jessica's eyes regain their ice-cold glare. I caught them in the act at the party. I don't care what their reasons were for doing this. It takes two to cheat. Both of them deserve all my contempt. So, yes, I dumped that cheating bastard, and yes, that's when I started hating Emma. And no, I didn't tell you. Emma. My Emma. So sweet. So perfect. She cheated on me? But you had been together for less than a year back then. If you knew how much she regretted it after. Shut up! I yell without any restraint. I feel most of the eyes in the room converge on me. It's literally impossible that Evelyn didn't hear me. You were right, Corpse. You said that Emma cheated, but you said she cheated with Jessica. Close. Have a good shower. The twins, terrified, turned their heads toward the board, waiting for the inevitable punishment. That never happens. Only the cheerful voice of Evelyn, who continues to recite her lesson, fills the silence, and the noise of the computer keyboard settles down again. Emma cheated on me. Despite all we've said to each other, everything we've been through, all the words of love we've exchanged, the tears are coming to my eyes. I thought we would end up getting married, start a family together, grow old together, die together. Fuck. Boy, I had no idea. I'm so sorry. The twins remain quiet. They obviously knew all about it. They and Emma have been friends forever. Boy, I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I didn't think it was any of my business. I didn't want to interfere in other people's relationship. I already had to bury mine. I remained silent, my fists clenched. Emma. Behind her angelic smile, she slapped at the filthy trash like David. Every time she told me I was the only one. Shit. Sorry to bring this up again, but that means Iboya theory is still correct, right? Emma deserved to. I cast a bloodshot glance towards Wes, still sitting in the row behind me. If you say one more word, I'll rip your throat out of my with my teeth. Wes immediately closes his mouth, obviously frightened by my meaningless threat. That's awfully cynical, Iboya, and I understand how hard it is for you to take that under such conditions. But Wes has a point. The witch did not have a reason to go after Emma. Did have a reason to go after Emma. There was nothing blind about it. I don't care. I don't give a damn. My theory, Jessica, Dan, everyone. My whole being is focused on Emma, on all the happy memories that are crumbling one by one. But yeah, we have to get revenge. Channel your anger to find a way to get out of this. I'm about to propose Dan to go gently fuck himself. I have a plan and I need you. Everyone goes wide-eyed. No one expected Dan to come up with a plan. Even me. The surprise makes me forget Emma for a moment. You. You have a plan. We're listening, Dan. Dan sits up straight in his seat, delighted by the general attention. Listen. I close my eyes for a moment to push Emma out of my thoughts and focus on Dan's plan. As Jessica said, we're now pretty sure that the people designated to answer the questions have all done something bad. According to the witch's completely fucked up standards, of course. The only people who might have been offended by that, the dead, are no longer around to voice their concern. And it seems she wants to kill people in a certain order. That's why she designates her victims one by one. So that the survivors have plenty of time to torture themselves by thinking about their own potentially reprehensible acts. But his morbid little game has a flaw. We are now hanging on Dan, every single word, who marks a very theatrical pause, as if he forgotten the situation we are currently in. Out with it. Well, for every question, she already has a target in mind, so we just need to volunteer. You know what, actually? That makes sense. Dismay fills most of the nearby faces except for Wes, who looks at Dan intensely. I knew I shouldn't have raised my hopes up. It's Dan we're talking about. You shouldn't have had any expectations. Jessica slaps him on the back of the head. That's your brilliant plan? You think she's going to break down on her own at the genius of your unexpected reaction? Wait, I'm not done. The idea is just to divert her attention with something she won't anticipate. I stare at Dan with a puzzled look. His plan makes absolutely no sense, but I like the idea of trying to confuse Evelyn. No, it does. It makes sense. I mean, she keeps asking if there are volunteers with every little... With every question she asks. She asks if there is a volunteer. Every single time. Taking her out of her comfort zone. Then what? If I get her attention, then one of you can stab her from behind. Stab her with what? You walk around with a knife in your back? Yeah, I think that's just like the teacher part and like the rules of a classroom. Because everything a teacher says can be in an exam you have later. So that's why you need to make notes. Dan turns his head towards Emma's dead body, pierced by a long blue dagger whose hilt still seems to glint slightly. With this thing. Dan turns back to me. I'm sorry, he shakes his head. Sorry, but this is the only weapon we have on hand. The others are too far away. There's no way we can get to them without the witch noticing. I look down at Emma and immediately look away, overcome with a nausea that is all too familiar. My mind is flooded with conflicting feelings between despair and at having lost Emma and anger at knowing that our relationship... Emma didn't deserve to die. Nobody deserved to die for this. Not for breaking my heart, not for something so trivial. But if it's really something trivial, how come I feel so much pain inside? I bury my head in my hands to banish the memory of Emma. I have to stay focused on Evelyn. Evelyn. The source of all evil. The source of all this horror. I speak in an incredibly weary tone. Let's say we do manage to use this dagger. How do you plan to? You really plan to stab her? In case you've been sleeping all morning, she's a witch. Physical weapons are powerless against her. Oh yeah? And how do you figure that out? It's in all the movies. Are you that dumb? This isn't a movie. This is a real world. We're talking about our lives. So what? This is the only frame of reference we have. Cutting off the witch's head would work, right? Maybe. Probably. And then just stab the brain, just to be sure. Just like with zombies. And to be completely sure, burn it all. Set it on fire. A frame of reference invented by people who have never done magic in their lives. You think there's some kind of magic school to learn how it works? Of course movie writers have never done magic in their lives. Stop trying to confuse me. Who gives a shit about this? The witch breathes like we do. And if she is stabbed in the throat, she'll stop breathing. It's that simple. The twins sigh heartily. They and Dan never had a particularly cordial relationship. Alright. You have a better idea? Any idea would be better than that. Go ahead, I'm listening. Stop targeting her. It's for you to justify your lousy plan. I roll my eyes. So much inefficiency. It seems like they're more interested in discrediting each other than coming up with a plan that works for everyone. They should go into politics. Dan, I don't understand your plan. Can you sum it up clearly? Dan puts both his hands on the table, a very peculiar look on his face, tense features, fixed gaze, frowning eyebrows. It's very simple. Next question session, I'll go back to the row behind us and volunteer. Since she doesn't expect to have a volunteer, it's a safe bet that she'll stay focused on me looking for a suitable question to kill me. And as soon as she gets to me, one of you will take the weird blue dagger and attack her from behind. You realize that you are very likely to die. You and the other idiot who will try to stab her. Then gives me a bright smile that reflects both his courage and his stupidity. So what? I told you. If you have to go to the slaughterhouse, you might as well do everything you can to stand a chance. I won't just sit back and wait for death to get me. All eyes converge on Jessica, silent for a moment. Jessica, what do you think? It might work, right? I think it's a plan that should be buried under 40 feet of shit. Probably. But as painful as it is for me to admit, I don't have anything else to offer. I agree with all of you that the witch wields magic, which pretty much negates any conventional plan one could think of to kill a normal human. On the other hand, there is every indication that she's going to keep killing us all one by one. So what do we have to lose? And at this little game, maybe she'll actually be surprised by the fact that an idiot like Dan is volunteering to answer questions. And that it will open a window of opportunity for us to attack her. The twins look at Jessica, stunned. Yeah, but that sounds very risky. That's why I'm volunteering. What if we can't hurt her with the knife? Then we'll all die, which will happen anyway. But are we really all doomed? You all witnessed Evelyn's behavior. Even though her questions target specific people for a final moment of horror before death, she also uses absurd rules to kill innocent people. Well, I don't really feel that these rules are absurd, because they really do fit in the rules we had in school. In other words, those who disrupt the course. Let's not be naive about her intentions. I think it's now clear that she plans to kill us all. I don't know, she only targets the unclean and those who are stupid enough to not follow the rules. See? So, are you now with me, Wes? Jesus Christ, earlier you said that my theory was stupid. I don't think she wants to kill us all. Jessica looks at him with a disgust expression. Even if your theory were true, do you really consider yourself as pure? Wes, you idiot, are you with us or against us? Wes looks down, clearly sensing the vindictiveness. I'm with you, of course. I just think maybe we're not all doomed. But yeah, what do you think? Wes glares at Dan but doesn't dare finish his sentence. Boy, can we count on you? All eyes pivot to me. Pivot! Count on me, huh? Does the success of this shitty plan really come down to this? I think it's pure suicide. I mean, I think half of this plan is pure suicide. I think Dan has a point about the volunteer questions. But I don't think stabbing her is gonna work. Huh. So I do want to see what happens if we were to do the volunteer thing. Drown her in the lake. Yeah. Like, put a weight on her feet, and if she, you know, comes up, she's a witch. But if she doesn't, well... collateral damage. On the stake. Burn her on the stake. I mean, we have nothing to lose. But I do think it's pure suicide, so I'm kind of on the fence with this one. I want to do half of this plan. I want to see what happens if we do the volunteering thing, but I do not want to stab her. No, no, no. I'm not gonna. I don't want to stab her. Because, like Wes said, my theory still stands. Since Emma cheated. Oh, sorry. Are we boring you? It's a lot of reading. It's a lot of talking. And I don't necessarily think that, but it's also, I should take out my lenses because my eyes are starting to irritate me. Actually, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take out my lenses. Oh, that's the wrong. Hi. It's the wrong button. This one. This one I need it. I'm gonna go with the pure suicide one, though. Because I think it's pure suicide. Because I don't think that stabbing her is gonna be a good idea. I think she noticed. Like, she just has to, like, click her fingers. Then it's done. Boss, I go back with the library glasses. Yep, exactly. They are my reading glasses now, basically. Hypo is smart. Exactly. Oh, you hurt me drink and now I need to do it again. Okay. Yeah, it's gonna be the pure suicide one. No, of course not. On entirely unrelated question, do you have a ruler? Also asking for a friend. I do. I have a 15 centimeter one. But I also have a bigger one that I needed for school for designing things, which is, I think, a meter. That is pretty unrelated. Yeah. Alright, pure suicide. Here we go. Drops of sweat damping my forehead. Dan wants me to be the one to stab Evelyn. The most dangerous job. Such an honor. Thank you. A bitter smile appears on my face. Emma's betrayal has certainly awakened in me a desire for revenge against Evelyn, and I intend to make her pay. But not with a suicide operation like this one. We may be doomed, but it's no reason to waste our only chance. Dan's plan is too flawed. It relies on too much wishful thinking to be reasonable supported. Dan, I think your plan is off to a good start to drag Evelyn off her comfort zone to find a flaw in her plan. The problem is we haven't found that flaw yet. Someone will come at her from behind. That's the plan. Put like that, it sounds even worse. Come on, I know you by heart. You assume that she'll be distracted enough because you raised your hand, and if things go wrong, you plan to improvise. Volunteering to throw her off is a good start. The rest is just organized suicide, and I can't be called a plan. Iboya, what would you rather do? Waiting your turn like a beast condemned to the slaughter? I remain silent for a few moments. We can keep looking. We probably still have some time before one of us is chosen to die. Iboya, do you want to take responsibility for a death that could have potentially be avoided? I mainly want to avoid taking responsibility for a mass suicide. Dan looks at me with a disappointed look. Okay, bro. You've made your choice. We won't be counting on you. I know Emma's death came as a huge shock to you, but I was hoping that... Never mind. Then I'm on your side. Let's think again until the next death, and whatever happens after that, the next death could be one of us. Do you understand that? If she decided to kill Emma this early, that means we're all screwed. A desilious sneer forms on my lips. Depends. Have you ever cheated in cold blood on the one you've been with for 2 years? Are you asking me if I've ever lied to girls to get laid? Of course I'm doomed. Grow up, Iboya. If Emma was targeted for cheating on her boyfriend, obviously anything that falls into the category of lying is punished by Evelyn. Do you know a single person who has never lied in their life? I remain silent. We are running out of time. We must act as quickly as possible. Dan's plan has a good start. You said so yourself. For the rest, we'll probably have to improvise. But waiting any longer for a hypothetical epiphany doesn't strike me as a reasonable alternative. This reasoning is far too desperate for me. There are still more than 15 students in the room. That still gives us some time to think. I'm sure it does. Sorry guys, I think we should think about this some more. This plan is too flawed as it is. Jessica fixes me with her usual icy stare, eerily similar to Evelyn's. Maybe she has some witch blood too. I understand, it's your choice, Iboya. Dan doesn't add anything, but this disappointment is palpable. But then, who's going to do the stabbing part? Me. Dan turns to Jessica, eyes wide. No way. Shut up, Dan. I know you were counting on your buddy Iboya, but I've got as much experience as you do in stabbing someone. Indeed, I can well imagine Jessica being able to stab someone without qualms. Someone, or even anyone, for that matter. It's way too risky. If anything should happen to you, Dan Hartley hides his embarrassment. Wes can do it. What do you say, Wes? Can I count on you? As usual, Wes stammers something unintelligible and his gaze quickly dives to his shoes. Jessica plunges her large piercing eyes into Dan's. Dan, I trust you. If you say you'll take care of distracting the witch, then I know you'll do it. Dan's face reddens a little more. Jessica, it's nice. Shut up. My amazed smile soon disappears and I lower my eyes to the floor. As much as I've tried to convince them to think a little harder about this suicidal plan, I can't help but think that I'm letting them down. Dan, Jessica, all of them. You're going to take crazy risks to save us all, and I can't abandon them. It's way too risky. It's still way too risky. I want to do half this plan. I want to volunteer and then see what happens and then use it next time. I weakly shake my head. My mind is made up. I need to come up with a better plan, a better solution. And if I see an opportunity while Dan's plan is unfolding, I can always intervene, right? I sigh at my naivety. As if I could miraculously come up with a great idea in the middle of the action. Then you're a hero. Then we trust you. The twins seem more concerned with the heroic nature of the plan than with its effectiveness. Might as well not count on them too much either. As for Wes, he looks away every time I look at him. He's probably delighted to escape any responsibility for the execution of this plan and doesn't want to be noticed too much. Okay, I think we're all set. Dan's gaze travels around our little circle. When he finally lands on me, I feel like I'm shrinking in my chair. Underneath my cover of being a great strategic concerned with everyone's safety, I'm just a coward. Dan, I'm sorry. Dan ignores my whisper and a big toothy grin lights up his face. Let's make that witch pay. Like 50. I think we have 50 minutes left. Oh. I didn't read what she said because I misclicked. Dan has positioned himself right next to the stairs in his row. Wes to his left. In front of them, Jessica has the deceptive, serene look of a raptor about to swoop down on her prey. She is a natural predator. The blue dagger is at her feet, out of sight. It would be too risky for her to keep it in her hands. Evelyn would notice immediately as she walks up the stairs. As for me, I'm still sitting one row down, well out of sight, separate from the stairs by the twins. The shame I feel does not prevent me from shaking like a leaf. The moment of truth approaches. As if to prove me right, Evelyn's sweet voice rises from the board. Alright, it's question time. I can almost hear Dan's defeating heartbeat, unless it's my own. On second thought, it's definitely mine. I sigh silently. I'm not even part of the plan and yet I'm on the verge of a panic attack. I'm really pathetic. We just finished the chapter on justice, which is perfect because I have some questions for... Evelyn passes her gaze fixed on Dan. Or to be precise, on the shaking arm he painfully managed to hold up. What's your name? Dan's shaky but loud voice reaches my ears. Dan? Well, Dan, do you have a question? I volunteer. Maybe you should have fucking waited until she asked if there were volunteers. Okay. Havana looks at him with a very surprised look. Dan was right. She was definitely not expecting this. Her surprise quickly gives way to a cruel smile that blossoms on her cold face, and she slowly walks up the stairs in his direction. Very slowly. A terrifying slowness, really. I don't know how Dan manages not to faint. Dan lowers his arm as Evelyn finally reaches him. Do you volunteer to answer the question? Dan painfully nods his head. Evelyn's proximity seems overwhelming, even to me who is not the target of her attention. Could this be another effect of her terrifying magic? Then I really appreciate your enthusiasm, but I wouldn't do me any good to question an idiot like you. Brutal. Dan turns totally livid. What the hell is this? Is she planning to kill him without even asking a question? I can only imagine the tension that must be invading Jessica's every muscle. Should she rush in now? Wait a little longer? Shit, nothing is going as planned. Given the average level of this class, it's better to give the floor to students who are more worthy. A dead silence sets in. Evelyn turns away from Dan and pivots towards my row. My heart's racing. Has my time come? Evelyn slowly walks back down a few steps, smiling through her teeth. Chloe. Chloe begins to shake with her whole body for a few endless seconds. Evelyn, silent, openly relishes this appalling psychological torture. A question for you. In which Chloe suddenly burst into tears, her face buried in her hands. We have had our share of reactions to Evelyn's cruelties, but this is the first time we witnessed such distress. Chloe's loud sobs echoes throughout the room, and everyone seems to be on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Everyone except Evelyn, whose fake, compassionate smile barely masks the cruel joy she feels at seeing us giving in one by one. Come on, Chloe, the question isn't that difficult. A totally unexpected voice calls out before Evelyn can finish her sentence. Evelyn, watch out. Dan and Niboya are going to try to kill you. Me? I said no! Fuck you, Wes! What? I didn't try to do anything. Did he really just say what he just said? I slowly turn my head towards Wes, who is staring at Evelyn with a strange look. Maybe he has a plan? I managed to get my brain back in gear. Of course he has a plan. Wes realized that the original plan had totally failed and he's trying a new one improvised on the spot. Impressive. Unexpected even from someone like Wes. The only downside is we don't know what this plan B is. Are we supposed to trust him blindly? Do I really have to put my life in the hands of Wes? A particularly unpleasant feeling pulls me out of my thinking. It's as if my instincts are screaming at me that I'm in imminent danger of death. My eyes swivel towards the stairs, knowing full well what is waiting for them. Evelyn's cold and cruel gaze aimed at me. Iboya, stand up, please. Despite my almost uncontrollable shaking, I painfully managed to stand up. Evelyn approaches me, looking more regal than ever. A half smile particularly advocates as for my certain death. When she puts her index finger under my chin, I feel as if I have been transported to another dimension where we are totally isolated from the rest of the world. Iboya, you naughty boy. What are you trying to do? Sweat drips down my forehead. It's if her eyes are able to read me like an open book. I didn't. Iboya, you know I can't stand stuttering. And I'm unable to answer anything. Evelyn runs her sharp tongue over her lips, looking especially delighted at my distress. Is it because I took care of your little sweetheart? The tremor in my jaw betrayed my emotions. What a hopeless romantic you are. This is so moving. Emma is, well, was such a lucky girl. Don't talk about her. Each word inflicts a jolt of pain in my temples, but somehow I manage to respond intelligibly. Evelyn's gaze becomes falsely sympathetic. Aw, Iboya. Did you know she was cheating on you? I look at her without blinking. Oh, you already knew. Well, that's a surprise. But you already knew. Even before this morning? I remain silent, focused on the pain in my temples that is intensifying. Oh, but maybe you actually prefer naughty girls. Shut up. I can barely articulate a word. The pain is almost unbearable. Did you actually enjoy it? Knowing that her body used to ripple wearily against other men's, despite your supposedly exclusive relationship. Things are getting heated. Maybe the weird hope she would end up saying someone else's name during your intimate moments? Ah, youth. Evelyn breaks into a cruel little laugh. Shut up. I managed to pronounce these last words without fainting, which is a small miracle. The lines on Evelyn's face become harder. Oh no, Iboya. No. You cannot talk like that to your professor. Otherwise, I'll have to punish you too. Go die. Evelyn's smile suddenly reappears. Well, what a shame.
I, Spartan Law, we will stand and fight and die.
Hey, Zadix. I'm sorry to hear that. But I'm sure you guys will still talk and see each other regularly. But thank you for the resub. I appreciate that. Thank you. Evelyn, behind you. Wide-eyed Evelyn turns around and intercepts Dan's sword arm in a flash of blue. She clenches her right fist back into the void and then contorts in pain on the floor. Book number 3. Yeah, you and everyone else's. The dagger falls with a thud and bounces to his feet. Wes, you traitor. Wes stands, his eyes bulging. Evelyn, is everything okay? Discount, very much. Yeah, this game is free. Second time? It should be more, Robin, because you have been here since the beginning, because Webat said it, Corp said it, and now Zedix said it too. Maybe even 4. Did Goose or Lucius also said it? I'm not sure. Yeah. I have Doki Doki, but I haven't played it yet. Her magic still focused on Dan. Evelyn turns to Wes. Thank you, Wes. I didn't expect such exemplary behavior from you. I'm not handing out any reward, but you definitely deserve one. Wes slightly bulges his chest as Jessica looks at him in horror. I'm just fulfilling my student duty. To help you. You lullabied me to sleep, remember? Oh yeah, that's true. I'm sorry. Excellent. I like obedient students. As for you, you little brat. She redirects her attention to Dan, who is trying to crawl away. Are you trying to escape your punishment? You really are as stupid as your looks suggest. So rude. Dan stifles a howl of pain. Evelyn's back is right in front of me now, but her whole being seems to radiate with an incredibly cruel magic. Don't know what magical torture she is subjecting him to, but the pain seems unbearable. It is forbidden to attack your professor. Then suffering seems to be escalating rapidly. I just stand there, paralyzed with terror. To the end, I have been useless. The muffled screams slowly turn into a horrifying rattle of pain, seconded by Evelyn's laughter, which seems to revel in the slightest pain she inflicts. Oh, really? Dan is dying, and yet I stand by and do nothing. My eyes mist with tears, I curse my own weakness, my own cowardice. Out of the blue, Chloe rushes to the dagger still lying on the ground and strikes Evelyn, who remains focused on her darker purpose. I can barely hear Wes's scream trying to alert the witch as Jessica rushes to silence him. The face distorted by hatred, Chloe strikes Evelyn's pale neck several times. Sprays the blood, spray the ground as the metal easily tears the flesh. Evelyn eventually collapses to the floor in a torment of agony. Short of breath, her face studded with a mixture of sweat and blood, Chloe drops the dagger to the floor. Evelyn's wound is, without a doubt, fatal, and the expression of suffering on her frozen face tells me that she has finally passed away. It's a cozy and chill storytelling about killing. Also, there are a lot of tags that I do not put in myself. Honestly, I never put in tags, so. Only her medallion still glows faintly with an unearthly blue light. Quick, roast her on the steak like a little piggy. I know. Hey, Juniper, good to see you. How are you doing? Yeah, I wasn't expecting the blade to do anything to her. I mean, that's so human, like. Well, yeah. Dan lies right in front of her, his eyes empty of life. He died to save us. Dan, shit. A few tears beat at the corners of my eyes as I see Wesh rush to Evelyn's lifeless body, looking totally desperate. Evelyn, please wake up. This fucking traitor. How long has he been working for her? Was he planning to betray us all along? Fist clenched, I feel a new hatred roar in my chest. Dan is dead. Because of him. This piece of shit must die. The bloodshed needs to stop. Oh, actually, I deserve dinky. Well, well, this seems to be going well. Yeah, people are dying. More death, please. Yeah, I feel like he deserves it. He betrayed his friends. Oh, what can you do? I mean, it's life, right? It happens. I lower my eyes with murderous rage toward Wes and slowly pick up the dagger lying on the ground. Blood still needs to spill in this room. Zoe suddenly wraps her arms around me. Iboya, stop. It's over, we're safe now. Look at her with a surprised look. Is it over? Wes continues to sob beside Evelyn's dead body, while other students timidly join us to contemplate the death of their tormentor. And Gorgeous say the other guy started it. I mean, it's true. She did. While we're at it, let's just trap everyone in the house and put death traps all around him, resulting in a saw-like maze nobody can win. Yeah, that sounds good. I like that. That traitor has to pay. Zoe replies in a pleading tone. Emma wouldn't want that. Please, Iboya, there's no point. Iboya, don't do this. We have to stop this bloodshed. I tried to push the twins away, but Zoe clinched to my arm with all her might. The witch is dead. She was the only one who deserved to die. That filthy traitor. Why did he do something like that? You playing another game that looks nice and sweet but is actually very dark? Yeah. Hey Lander, good to see you. How you doing? I'm gonna play a game. It's because of him that Dan is dead. Maybe, but he's no threat and... We are interrupted by the sound of Jessica delivering a strong kick directly into Wes's jaw. At least one tooth comes loose, and the traitor's body collapses to the side. Wes lets out a cry of pain, but Jessica continues to kick him as he contorts to the floor. You little vile traitorous shit. Wes starts coughing up blood and Zoe rushes over to Jessica to interrupt the brutal beating. Jessica, stop! The witch is... Jessica slaps her with a resounding blow, then resumes the strikes against Wes, who remains collapsed on the ground. He killed Dan. He's a traitor who wanted us all dead. He must pay. I step between her and Wes, the dagger red with Evelyn's blood still in my right hand. Jessica looks at me with all the hate in the world in her eyes. You want to save him too? You think it's fair? I shake my head and hand her the dagger. Make him pay. Jessica's eyes watch me with all their intensity for an interminable moment and disappear under a blanket of tears. Why? Why did he betray us like that? I place my hand on her shoulder in the vain hope of comforting her. All around us, the students scatter towards the door, too happy to be alive to care about Wes's fate. Out of the corner of my eye spots one timidly opening the door without encountering a curse. A triumph clamor fills the room and the students all rush out. It's really over. Curse is lifted. We are saved? Thanks to Dan's heroism and Chloe. Chloe, who was amazing. I never imagined that she would be capable of taking such an initiative. Her courage echoes my own cowardice, but the incredible relief of being safe overcomes my bitterness. Jessica's cries, still reeling from emotion, redouble in intensity. Dan would never have died if it weren't for him. He already had the witch to deal with, so why? A raspy cough interrupts us as Wes's guttural voice reaches my ears. Why? Why? To survive, like I've been doing my whole life. The few remaining students stare at Wes with a stunned look. It's easy for you beautiful popular people. Life is so easy. A twisted sneer appears on his bloody face. Me? To survive? I had to take refuge under the wing of the powerful all my life. Nobody cares about a guy like me. Staying in the shadow of the popular ones is the best I can hope for. No one believed in your plan, not even you. The only way to survive was to serve Evelyn. With her powers, she could have established a new order. A new justice. Where people like me can exist without depending on people like you. But now she's dead. And all this slaughter will have been for nothing. Your lousy plan will have been for nothing. Behold the corpses around you. And you come and ask me why? Fuck off, it's all your fault. And other manly noises. Chloe's vicious kick hits Wes in the throat. The latter, on the verge of choking, stirs weakly on the floor like an earthworm. Shut up! You're not even worth getting our hands dirty to kill you. With all the weapons our new master summons, you have enough to kill yourself easily. She spits at Wes, who is still trying to catch his breath, then walks away towards the door, with Zoe following her. Jessica looks at me indecisively. I stab the soiled dagger into Evelyn, who remains perfectly still, then lower my eyes towards Wes. Go join her. We'll lock the door behind you. Oh, that's ice cold. Fucking hell. When the end of this game is actually about a full circle, Jessica and Ibo hooking up to get back at the death. I mean, I was thinking that. Maybe I and Jessica now get together. Because, truly though, Jessica is together with, like, Chloe, like, the real heroes of this story. Like, she got cheated on. And instead of being petty, she was actually an adult. And just left, what was it, David behind. And didn't, like, intervene in other people's business or whatnot. So, kudos to Jessica. Let's go. Jessica nods, her eyes still misty with tears. I walk slowly towards the exit, a terrible smell of blood behind me. I try in vain not to look at the corpses that litter the floor like disaccurately puppets subjected to the vindictiveness of a capricious child. All this carnage because of Evelyn. As I step through the doorway, a terrible familiar voice fills my mind and echoes through my entire body. Are you satisfied with this conclusion? A horrified look on my face, I turn back to Evelyn, who still lies motionless next to the row where I was sitting. Wes has crouched down next to her and is holding her face as he cries. Wait, are you okay? I shake my head. Evelyn is dead. Right in front of my eyes. She's dead. So, where is this voice coming from? Anyway, let's go outside. You need some fresh air. I nod my head unconvincingly and walk briskly towards the exit and an feeling of unease in my heart. I welcome the blue sky with great relief. The sun is obviously at its zenith. The endless nightmare will have lasted only one morning. Oh, the poor janitor who has to clean this up. Also, the person who's playing the piano inside the auditorium. A morning strewn with death, populated with suffering, and miraculously sealed by the disappearance of the witch. I suppress a new nausea and keep my gaze on the bright blue sky. This time, it's really over. We're out in the open, beyond the reach of Evelyn's magic. The classroom was her playground, her kingdom. If we're out of it, it means we're safe for good. Okay, hold up. I don't think we're safe for good. I think the medallion is still intact. I think the medallion is still, yeah. Exactly, the medallion. The other students, most of them in tears, hug and scream with joy. Even Jessica walks over to the twins to hug them, too relieved to be alive. An embryonic smile appears on my lips. We are alive. I am alive. The nightmare is over. Finally. Suddenly the landscape takes on an impossible color in a sickening crunch. Around me everything seems frozen. Only the wind disturbs the silence of death which settles. An icy wind carrying the rumor of a melodious voice that whispers softly in my ears. Does this conclusion really suit you? Overcome with a dull panic, I look around frantically. Am I hallucinating? Where is this voice coming from? You are dead, Evelyn. You are dead. You no longer exist. A terrifying burst of laughter, both near and far, rings in my ears. The impossible colors all around me seem to swirl in a hellish spiral. Is it really over? Oh, a clock. Oh no, it really is. I'm waiting. Wait. What's happening? Yeah, I don't know. Sometimes people forget things, you know? It happens. Can I? Okay, I'm waiting. Hey boy, I move. Huh? Wait. A moment ago everything was frozen? Evelyn. I look around frantically. I'm standing right in front of the entrance to the main building of the university. My back warmed by the morning sun. Yo, boy, what's wrong? Behind me, Dan looks at me sarcastically. Dan is alive. Dan! I rush over to him and hug him with all my strength. Hey, what are you doing? Tears blur my vision, but Dan's heartbeat confirms that he's alive. Dan, you are... Please tell me it's your phone I'm feeling right now. Is that a phone in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? I can't help but laugh nervously. It's definitely Dan, with his favorite lousy jokes. No offense, bro, but... Hey, you crying? Dan pushes me away slightly. He looks at me with wide eyes like he is seeing me for the first time. Wait, I was wrong. Did Emma dump you or something? Without even wiping away my tears, I continue to stare at him with a dumbfounded look. You're alive! Dan does not even try to hide his perplexity. You drunk or something? You idiot. You know exactly what I'm talking about. The frozen scenery appears before my eyes for a moment, all too real and terrifying. Evelyn... Have you seen Evelyn? She should be... Dan shakes me by the shoulders. Yo, Hiboya, wake up. I don't know what kind of nightmare you're having at night, but time to wake up. Does he really have no memory of what happened? Evelyn's voice, carried by the wind, immediately comes back to my mind. Does this conclusion really work for you? Then Evelyn is alive, I'm sure of it. We must... Evelyn, who's that? I turn to the newcomer, a very familiar voice. I can't believe my eyes. Emma is standing right there, fist on hips, and irritated look on her face. A look full of life. You're in trouble, man. Dan is this close to bursting out laughing, delighted with this teenage movie quid pro quo. I jostle Dan and swoop down on Emma with the speed of a raptor. My arms wrap around her and lift her off the ground. Hey, what are you... I don't care about the fact that she lied to me, that she cheated on me. After the horror of her death, after being a cowardly and helpless witness to her agony, Emma is alive. I begin to cry my eyes out without loosening my embrace. Emma, I'm so sorry. Emma's face turns bright red. Imoya, put me down, we're not alone. Forgive me. Please, people are looking. I end up lowering her back on the ground. Emma, still crimson, lightly slaps my chest. Don't do that. In front of everyone. I take Emma by the hand to lead her away a bit. I have to tell her that I know the truth. Emma follows me without resistance. But what are you... Undaunted, I lead Emma towards the trees to give us some privacy. Dan looks at me with a grinning face. He's such an idiot. A hero, though. Emma. Yeah, this goes pretty okay, actually. I hold her by the shoulders as if to convince myself that she is really alive. Emma, meanwhile, still looking at me with a worried look on her face. Hey, boy, what's wrong with you? Is everything okay? I look down for a moment. She doesn't seem to remember anything either. Like, then. Thank you for making me drink, Alpha. Emma, you don't remember Evelyn? Her gaze grows suspicious. Her again. Who is this girl? I sigh in annoyance. Why doesn't anyone remember anything? Maybe it's better to put Evelyn aside for the moment and bring up the other subject. Don't tell me she's a girl from the swim team who's been hitting on you. No doubt about it, Emma has no memory of recent events. If I find out that you're... Emma... I interrupt her abruptly. No time to beat around the bush. I know everything. What are you talking about? The expression of astonishment Emma displays seems sincere. She definitely doesn't expect me to know. Emma, I know about you and... A veil of panic quickly passes over her face. She's beginning to understand. Thank you for making me drink, Robin. Or rather, she's very afraid to understand. Stop talking in cryptic messages, Iboya. Her annoyed tone betrays the panic that is beginning to overwhelm her. I can't pretend not to know. Emma, I know about you and David. Emma's shell finally cracks, her lips begin to tremble, and after a few seconds of futile resistance, she bursts into tears. I'm so sorry. Forgive me, I still make no sound. It was last year, we had been dating for a few months, and we just had a fight about Anna. I remember it well. Our first real couple's quarrel. She suspected I was cheating on her with Anna. One of the many girls on the swim team. The infamous swim team. Simple friend. I feel a twinge of guilt. It's true that I was hanging out with Anna a bit at the time. Nothing ever happened between us, of course. But I knew Emma didn't like that closeness between Anna and me. Thank you for making me drink, Robin. You refused to cut ties with her, and I really thought you were cheating on me. Many sobs punctuate her speech, and I feel my resolve shift. Anna. She was just a friend, but still, she probably have And David kept trying to convince me and kept refusing his advantage. But when you went to the movies with Anna and left me all alone at the party, painful memories come back to me. I did refuse to cancel that date with Anna, even though Emma wanted me to go to the party with her. I didn't see the problem at the time. Anna was just a friend, and we had planned to go watch this movie together for a long time. Okay, I'm gonna have to go downstairs to get myself a new bottle of water. So I'll be right back. No, if you get into the area where the star is, you win. But I don't really think it tells you anything or get anything in return or whatnot. Thank you, Zadex. But I still shouldn't have. Emma asked me not to. At what point did I really consider Emma my top priority? This change probably happened gradually over time, when I began to care more about Emma's happiness than my own. I look away in shame, feeling like it's been so long ago when it was just last year. I realize how much our relationship has matured in just 1 year. I realize how naive and selfish I was at first. David kept trying. He promised me that he had broken up with Jessica, that with me it would be so different. I had been drinking and I was so mad at you. We did at that party. And when Jessica walked in on us, I never felt so disgusted with myself of what I had done to you. I lower my tear-streaked face. Emma takes my hand, also in tears. Eva, you have to believe me. I regret it more than anything. If I could go back in time, that's the only thing I would want to change. I'm so sorry. Her pleading look painfully revives the memory of her death. When she stared at me with those same huge eyes filled with sadness and tears. When she thought only of my survival, even though she knew she was doomed. Until the end, she wanted to protect me. Everything we've built together since... It's so wonderful. I made the worst mistake of my life. Forgive me, for heaven's sake. I can't imagine my life without you. My voice becomes cavernous, lamed with grief and anger. Everything we built was based on a lie. Because of looking for the main culprit makes no sense. There's no point. Because I love Emma. When I saw her alive this morning, I felt the greatest relief of my life. My throat constricts from the tears that flood into my eyes. Why did you do this to me? Emma rushes to me, kisses me with the force of desperation. Yes. Pasta. I am overwhelmed with emotion, unable to untangle the conflicting feelings that overwhelm me. The only thing I know for sure is how soft Emma's lips feel now pressed against mine. Her face remains streaked with tears. Her distress feels like a dagger in my chest. I don't know what to think or how I'm supposed to react. Some would probably refuse to forgive her for sleeping with somebody else. But these people didn't see Emma die before their eyes. They didn't see her worrying about my survival until she died. They did not see her crying. Emma, I don't want you to cry. Emma remains silent, her head against my chest. I don't want to lose you. She shyly lifts her head towards me. But I definitely don't want to lose you, but I would understand if you decide to. I shake my head in denial. Everyone makes mistakes. Me first. Back then I didn't treat you the way you deserved. I was selfish. And I wasn't thinking about us. I try unsuccessfully to suppress the tremors in my voice. Back then, it feels like a lifetime ago. The only truth that matters today. Is that I love you. I love you so much. Since my mistake, you've been my only priority. You're all I've been thinking about. All I've thinking about since then is us. That's why I feel so guilty. I jeopardized what we've built together since then. I've made my decision. From now on, I'm going to protect her at all costs. You and I. We've come so far since we started our relationship. And what we've built so far, I want to protect it. No matter what mistakes we've made in the past. A fresh burst of tears floods Emma's cheeks. Thank you. Thank you so much. We kiss again for a long time. In a more serene way. Love is stronger than anything, right? One thing is for sure. The fear of losing Emma is stronger than the pain I feel. I can't let the resentment of the past taint the happiness of the present, let alone the joy of the future. Our lips finally part. Emma, I'd like us to keep moving forward together on a renewed foundation. Stronger, more forthright, more mature. But for that, no more lies. You have to promise me that. Emma's face beams with newfound hope. I promise. What I did, I've been faithful to you ever since. You're the only one who matters to me. Her pleading look indicates her burning desire for this word. I've never cheated on you, Emma. You are the only one for me. Tears come to the corners of my eyes, and I hold her head against my chest. Somebody pass the salt, because this is way too sweet. We remain entwined for a moment longer to seal our renewed promise. Despite the torrent of conflicting emotions roaring through me, my smile widens. Emma is in my arms, safe and sound. Ooh? Are we playing hentai? No. No, we really weren't. Long time no dev. I know, right? Disappointing. But, King of Fairies, Elves, Pixies. It's a very long name to go with. I'm gonna go with pixies. I like pixies. Is that okay? We want death. We want death. But yeah, we're going to be late for class. Emma looks at me shyly, her usual smile on her lips. Pixie hentai? Sure. No, I meant your name. Surprising with follow age. That indeed is very surprising. 2 years, 6 months, and 1 week. Because I can't really remember you. Maybe the true love was the people we killed along the way. Maybe. I finally loosen my embrace reluctantly. Yeah, you're right. Glasses, Evelyn. Shit. My complexion turns pale and Emma gives me a worried look. Hey boy, are you okay? What's wrong? I grab her by the shoulders. This morning, we have class with a new professor. Emma looks at me with a puzzled expression. Are you sure? We have socially as usual, no? Okay, buddy. You guys are all lucky Ross isn't here. My heart rate drops slightly. Oh, Ross is here! Hi, Ross.
Are you not entertained?
Speak of the fucking devil. When timing is perfect, exactly. Oh, that was great. How you doing, Ross? Creeping around for 0 hours. I don't really think that is... I think this is broken. Everyone has 0 hours. The ZX should have way more. I need to look into that, because that seems broken. Good to see you too. I'm fine, thank you. We're all just listening, nobody's watching. Actually, I think you got a point there. I think for most of the time I'm just background noise. How has stream been so far? It's been good. I've been reading a book. I'm guessing I'm at 3 years and few months. Almost. Close enough. There's no new professor scheduled to teach us this morning? Are you sure? I haven't heard anything about this, no. Maybe Dan would know? I quickly turned back to Dan, deep in conversation with Jessica, who must have joined him while I was with Emma. Yes, I think you've had like 3 or 4 account changes. Do you remember which account you still had when you were watching, Monolith? Your boy's reading skills have significantly improved. I mean, honestly, yes, I'm still, with some words, I'm like, this is fucking shit, but... Yeah. Probably. Yeah, for reading the same book every fucking day. I grab Emma by the hand and start walking towards Dan. But Emma, I was combining words. This is good. This is a great example of how great I am at reading. I just have to do something quick. I'll catch up with you in the auditorium, okay? I look at her with a very serious look on my face. Fine, but wait for me before the entrance of the auditorium. I need to confirm Evelyn's non-existence, but most of all, I need to keep Emma safe. Woo! Look at you! Cute little painting! I should do that, Zadix, really though. Ross here flexing with the follow age and then flexing with how many points he had and with his watch time that is 0 as everyone else's. Ross, congratulations on another cute little painting. You will receive it sometime in 2026. How does that sound? Emma places a final kiss on my lips in a little adorable smile. Sure, see you in 5 minutes. Emma scurries off in the direction of the main building, giving me a little wave. The discussion has taken a much happier turn than expected. Did I really do the right thing by forgiving her? To stay together? The answer is given to me by the despair that seizes me at the mere memory of Emma dying before my eyes. I must protect her from Evelyn. Evelyn, who seems to have disappeared from everyone's mind. Maybe only the survivors have retained their memories? I see Dan a few dozen meters away, still deeply involved in his discussion with Jessica. If my theory is correct, then maybe Jessica could remember something? I have no choice but to question her. But in a subtle way. This time, I'm tired of sounding crazy to everyone else. As I approach, Jessica glares at me with her usual haughty look. Hi, Jessica. Hey. The tone is relatively cold, as it always is when it comes to Jessica. Dan turns back to me. Oh, you're finally done with Emma? I'm unable to suppress a semblance of a goofy smile. Yeah. Dan stares at me with an unusually serious look on his face. So, did you actually... Jessica crushes her still partially lit cigarette butt on his temple. Wow. I know you were just about to say something disgusting. Well, you know Dan, as long as he's still breathing, he'll say dumb things. You really want to take his side? Is this some kind of stupid bro code? Speaking of code, we can always count on Dan, right? If you mean that he can be counted on to act like a disgusting pig, sure. She doesn't seem to be taking the bait. Damn it. Screw subtlety. I've got to get this straight. Anyway, Dan is the reliable type. Evelyn knows it well. Jessica raises an eyebrow and turns to Dan. Evelyn? Another completely desperate girl who ended up falling into your arms? I'm completely confused. If Jessica doesn't remember either, then who would? Dan massages his temple and contemplates his cigarette ash covered fingers. This thing is all over my skin. I didn't even say anything. Wait till you see what your Evelyn does to you when she finds out who you really are. Evelyn, isn't that the girly boy I keep talking about? Jessica turns to me again, puzzled. I must remind you that you're already in a committed relationship. You should be careful. Dan is a deplorable influence on the people around him. No doubt. She doesn't remember anything. Damn. I jump when a newcomer appears near me. Here. Dan, your coffee. Wes! The traitorous scum acting like nothing happened, while he is responsible for Dan's death, when he was collaborating with Evelyn, while he condoned all the murders committed during this nightmare. My eyes turn red. Unable to control my anger, I grab him roughly by the throat. You filthy trash. You dare to come back and talk to Dan like nothing happened? Wes' eyes narrow until they become two small slits of terror. Stop! Stop! Dan leaps at me and forces me to release my grip. What the hell, boya? My gaze alternates between Wes panting and Dan. That trash. He's the reason why you... Dan... He's the worst kind of traitor. A murderous opportunist. Dan's expression wavered between disbelief and surprise. What did he do to me? He's a traitor! I roar these last words. Dan looks more and more puzzled. Wes betrayed me? Don't tell me he called all my ex's boyfriends to beat him up. You wouldn't do that, right, Wes? Dan, I didn't do anything. This guy is completely psycho. Wes stares at me with hatred. Pure crystal clear hatred. I flinch slightly at such a murderous look. This guy could kill in cold blood, no doubt about it. And Evelyn? You betrayed us all like the worst shit. Wes in turn displaces his disbelief. Evelyn? When you hate the actor because he played a villain. I hate Shane. The actor who played Shane in The Walking Dead. He played that role so good. I hate him and everything else. And now I'm watching Daredevil and he's the Punisher and I'm very conflicted. Because he plays it really good. But yeah, that is one of the people I just automatically hate because he played Shane so incredibly well. Why do you hate him? Because he just, like... he backstabbed constantly. He had so many deaths on his hands. Like, he's like Wes, kinda. But worse. Damn boy, I don't know what's wrong with you this morning. Who the hell is this Evelyn? Wes' surprise is bluffly realistic. If he actually does remember something, then his acting is very impressive. Yeah. He fucked Rick's wife and then completely, like, fucked everything over when she didn't choose to stay with him and she figured that Rick was still alive. I didn't. I stopped watching when they reached this town and Rick killed some woman's husband because he fell in love with her. I don't know what season that was. But like the church guy came back in that same town. And I just was like, nah. I mean, I should have stopped earlier because before that was already fucking shit. But I kept hoping that no, it was bad. Oh, the governor was actually pretty good. Oh, I hated the governor too. And I cried when Herschel died. I mean, it was like the first season, like incredibly convincing. And then it slowly went down. Yeah, that already went wrong. Yeah. Yeah, that was weird. Yeah. I mean, I like the fact that Daryl made it all the way through. Because that was my favorite character anyway. I liked Prison. I cried when Herschel died. But that felt really great that they just had like a little area and then the governor came and then, oh. What's up with you, man? With you and that Evelyn? My anger eventually gives way to a certain desperation. Why am I the only one who remembers anything? I shudder as I think back to Evelyn's eyes. The screams of horror, the smell of blood, the death rattle, everything is still so vivid in my head. Was it really just a dream? Am I going crazy? Breathless, I massage my temples in hope of waking up from this nightmare for good. I don't know. Then, I feel like I had a nightmare, a terrible nightmare. Then takes me by the shoulders in comfort. Hey, it's okay, we all get a little crazy once in a while. I look up at Jessica, who is staring at me with an indescribable look. Does she really not remember anything, or is she just lying to me? Am I the one being manipulated by the rest of the world? I shake my head. I'm becoming like those paranoid conspiracy theories who lock themselves in a pre-suction delusion. Maybe I have actually lost my mind after all. All because of Evelyn. Evelyn is the key. Her very existence is the key. If she doesn't exist, then none of this was real. I need to find Evelyn. Sorry, then it's not very clear in my head. I think I need to rest for a while. You bet, don't worry. Let's catch up on sleep in the auditorium. You'll feel a lot better. Here, want some of my coffee? The auditorium. The class. Evelyn. Dan, did you hear about a new assistant professor, a girl almost our age? Look, I don't see how I could have missed such a crucial piece of information, but I interrupt Dan. What about you, Jessica? Have you heard anything about a new sociology professor? Is this your famous Evelyn? My heart leaps in my chest. How do you know? You've been repeating that name over and over for an hour, like we're all supposed to know her? I don't hide my disappointment unless it's relief. And sigh heavily. No, I haven't heard anything about that. She's supposed to have betrayed Dan with Wes? If I tell them the story now, I'll almost certainly end up in some asylum by the end of the day. No, it's more complicated than that. No one seems to remember anything. No one among the students. I have to ask the professor directly. Look, just forget what I said, okay? I'm just a little... tired? Deranged? Where's the professor's room again? First floor next to the cafeteria. I'm coming with you, okay? Now I really need to see what this girl actually looks like. Let me just finish my smoke and see you in class. Without waiting for an answer, I rush to the main building. I need to know. I run through the corridors towards the professor's room. If I learn the slightest clue that could indicate the existence of Evelyn, then I absolutely must prevent people from going to class to avoid the coming massacre. Right. As if anyone would listen to me. People would just think I'm crazy like this morning. I should be able to convince Emma, and probably Dan if it's just about skipping class. And if Emma doesn't go, you can be sure the twins will follow suit. As for the others, lost in my thoughts, I bump into someone coming in the opposite direction. Shit, sorry. What? Boy, are you crazy? The professor. Ah, sir. Why are you running like this and in the wrong direction at that? Do I need to remind you that we have class in exactly 5 minutes? Exactly the person I needed. Sir, I tried to catch my breath. Damn. I quit smoking last year though. Did you hire a new assistant professor? The professor raises an inquisitive eyebrow. Why do you wish to offer to assist me? Not to be offensive, but your academic level doesn't really destine you for a very intellectual career, if you don't mind me saying. asshole. But you have recruited anyone recently? If you really care to know, then no, I'm still looking for a new assistant. But certainly not from your classmates. I only select bright people with several years of experience. I hate working with young graduates. They are so arrogant, as if they think they have already seen it all. It's symptomatic of today's youth, if I may say so. Not sure he needs my permission to spout his cliches. In my days, experience was respected. Seniority. It wasn't uncommon for the brightest professors to be backed by parents of students to marry their daughter, you see. I myself have been approached several times, and even recently, mind you. For you must understand that. I'm losing him, apparently. He hasn't found anyone for the assistant position yet. So that would mean that Evelyn isn't here. What about Evelyn? You don't have her... Evelyn? No, her name was Vanessa. Yes, Vanessa, that's right. But she was the one who was coming on to me, rest assured. I would never have allowed myself transgress to prevailing rules among the facility, you see. Her parents begged me, though. They wanted so much for their daughter to marry an academic. In my days, intellectuals were still respected, unlike your debauched generation who values appearance over... I have to go to the bathroom, I'm sorry. I quickly walk away towards the stairs, leaving the teacher alone with his reminiscence of the good old days. I guess every generation eventually convinced itself that it was the best one. I shake my head to focus on Evelyn. No one, absolutely no one, seems to know her. As if she doesn't actually exist. Does this mean we're all really saved? I finally enter the auditorium. I can barely repress a shiver. The last time I was here, the walls were covered in blood and the floor was littered with corpses. A certain nausea takes hold of me at the evocation of these morbid memories. I contemplate the noisy room, only populated by carefree students ready to face a new day of insipid classes. No terror, no suffering, no death. Just cheerful laughter and snatches of distressingly banal discussion. I slowly make my way to the row where Emma is sitting. Not much further than where we were during my nightmare. But not quite the same. No one has heard of Evelyn. People are not quite sitting in the same place. The discussions seem different. Or not. I don't know. The only certainty is that I am the only one who remembers Evelyn. So that would mean she doesn't exist? It's the only rational explanation. Despite the terrifying realism of my nightmare, despite the pain I felt, it was only a figment of my imagination. The only alternative, not very reassuring, would be that I have gone completely crazy. Let's hope I'm still sane. Boy, I hear. Emma looks at me with a big smile behind her. Dan is completely slumped in his seat, as usual. I sit down next to Emma, taking her hand. Hey, tonight, if it's okay with you, can I come over to your place? I look at her puzzled for a moment and nod with a smile. Despite our discussion this morning, she still wants to. She's right. There's no need to torture ourselves about something we've agreed on. It's time to move on and do what we did before. Get back to the simplicity of our exchanges. And that includes getting back together, like we used to. I catch a glimpse out of the corner of my eye of a bubble tornado of hair. Emma! Emma! Girls! An uncontrollable shiver runs through me. It was like this during my nightmare too. Could it be that the twins remember anything? Especially Chloe, who would have bet on her stabbing Evelyn even as I stood cowardly still in my chair. Was it to save her skin or to protect her sister? Or, hi Chloe, Zoe. So she told him. But he also, no way. Zoe. The three of them pause and pivot towards me, dumbfounded. Do you know who's going to lecture us now? The regular professor? No? No doubt she doesn't remember anything. Yeah, thanks. Is the boy okay? He looks very pale. Only this morning, though. Yeah, he's tired. I turn on my laptop in hopes of diverting my attention from the heated discussion between Emma and the twins. I breathe and sigh of relief. There are plenty of similarities with my nightmare, but they are also commonalities with my usual daily life. The door to the hall suddenly opens. My eyes are riveted to the entrance. I can barely breathe. A familiar figure across the threshold, a slim figure with a stern look and grey hair. It's just the usual professor. No one in front of him, no one behind him. He just entered the room, closes the door, and walks slowly towards the board. Please, class has started. The hubbub barely subsides. Without the presence of Evelyn, the students have no reason to interrupt. I'm close to crying with joy. No trace of Evelyn. Does this mean that I really escaped this nightmare? I turn my gaze to a radiant Emma, still in deep discussion with the twins. I gently stroke her hair. She's alive. She's really alive. My lips stretch into a particularly goofy smile. If Emma is alive, then that means Evelyn doesn't exist. That means life is great. The next one who speaks, I'm pulling him out of class. Get out! Damn, 3 hours with him? I knew I shouldn't have gotten up this morning. Be careful. The next one who speaks. Who's the old dude talking? That's the professor, you idiot. Doesn't he have black hair? 10 years ago, maybe? Wait, how long have you been in college exactly? Perfectly ordinary day, no doubt. I should save. Remember, this concept, it could very well end up in your midterms. I sigh heavily and type a few random words on my keyboard that don't make much sense. Just can't focus. And no internet. That's really unlucky. I rest my chin in the palm of my hand and open the chat room again with an innocent look. As long as I pretend to focus on my laptop, I shouldn't mind. Lol, I find a horoscope on the internet. This thing looks like it has created 20 years ago or something. I can tell you your horoscope for 20 bucks if you want. Shut the fuck up. Shut up! You got the link to this horoscope? Intranet... something. There's really nothing else on the internet. Games? Lol, what did you expect? Counter-Strike or something? Seriously, you can get Counter-Strike on the internet? Give me the link. Need. Need. Shut the fuck up, but need. LAN party. Horoscope. Great. I guess I really don't have anything else to do. And a miracle can always happen. They might actually find some old Counter-Strike version hidden somewhere on the internet.
Spartan law, we will stand and fight and die.
Hi, Itchy. Thank you so much for the resub. I really appreciate that. How are you doing?
What a beautiful creature.
What a beautiful creature. It has been popping up for like 2 months. I've been too lazy to click it. But that means that you've missed one chance to get into the book. Voor buiten? Toch? Ik neem aan dat je er niet binnen gaat neerzetten. Dat is kei groot. Ja, hou maar even open dan. Bij de gamma? Ja. Me being in there once is enough. No, no, no. It needs more itchy. But thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to the mythical creature personality test. Wise as a phoenix, charismatic as a dragon, shy as a unicorn, clever as a troll. What mythical creature are you? No way, this is a stupid psychological test. I would even have preferred an actual horoscope. Question 1. The one you love, is single, but you see her laughing with her ex. I bury my face in my hands. What the hell am I doing? My disillusioned pout grows as I go through the answers. You cough and walk over to interrupt their discussion. You confront her ex after class to find out what their real intentions are. You don't mind because they are just talking, that's all. I don't know, because it said that it wasn't gonna take so long, so I was like it said that it was a short game. It's like, okay, I can play this before dinner, and now I'm like, I don't really have that long anymore. And I don't know if I stop, if I then next time only have like 30 minutes left or so. Nope. Interrupt. I select the answer and sigh. Who could have possibly created that shit? Choice. You cough and walk over to interrupt the discussion. Smart move. Question 2. The one you love, asks you out for dinner. But when you show up, you notice that other people are there. You feel betrayed. You were expecting some alone time. You get to meet his or friends, which means you're getting more intimate. You openly flirt with someone else at the table to make your date jealous. No. I mean, if they didn't tell you that there were gonna be other people, I think I would also feel betrayed. But this is also good. I think it's both. I think you feel betrayed at first and then afterwards you're like, huh. So, that one. Carpe diem. Question 3. Your best friend tells you that she has feelings for the one you love. He too. You don't choose who you love, may the best win. You explain to your friend that your friendship probably won't survive this. You cry, you scream, you curse fate. Then you get a beer with your friend. No, I mean, yeah, may the best person win. Ad impossibilia neno tenetur. It's very likely that that the one you love, he won't date any of you guys, so problem solved. Exactly, it's also an option. Question 4. You are finally in a romantical relationship with the one you love, but you end up finding out about her cheating on you. To go and die. You forgive everything because that's also what love is all about. You say nothing, but you decide to cheat on her too. An eye for an eye. No. Finally, a somewhat interesting question. Error. Let's just say. Question 5. You found out that your chosen one has actually been cheating on you with your best friend. You leave them to rot together since they belong with each other. You pretend you don't know anything. You are too committed to each other to break up now. You turn your affection to your pet to avoid committing murder. Yeah. I mean, apparently not really to each other, but one is to the other, depending how they're... Is this like with Emma? Like, is Emma also committed afterwards again, or not? I need more details on this, actually. It's a difficult decision. But if this is like with Emma and how the story went, then this is what we do. I hope you signed a prenup though, just in case. Question 6. You and the one you love finally announce your divorce after years of suffering. You celebrate the event with a bottle of champagne, a bouquet of roses, and a knife. You expose his infidelity to your lawyer so that you can get full custody of the kids. You set fire to the apartment after giving her sleeping pills. Oh, that's brutal. No. I didn't know what the knife is for. But we're celebrating. Is it just me or the questions are getting weird? No, they are getting weird. Yeah. Now, drop this knife. Your loved one blames you for the death of one of your children. But you weren't the one... But you weren't the one driving. But you weren't the one spending the evening with your lover. But it wasn't even your kid. What's happening? I'm fine, thank you. How are you doing, Itchy? Final question. You attend the funeral of your loved one, and his or her family insists that you give a little speech. You don't hide anything, neither the wounds, nor the betrayals, nor the scars. You praise his qualities, you'll never speak ill of the dead. You explain that the kids are not yours. You have the day off? Oh yeah, because it's the 4th of July, of course. What is up with all the... you know... The Latin. Congratulations, you are a dragon. Cool. A dragon. Powerful, imperial, proud, but also jealous, devious, and ruthless. Sometimes your defensive appearance takes precedence over your principles, which you fight for with passion, but you are simply trying to do what you think is wisest. And you can fly. That's pretty cool. Alright, stop slacking off and do some work. See you soon. That was weird. I was expecting something particularly cheesy and pointless, but some of the questions were surprisingly messed up.
Oh no.
As if the guy who created this thing didn't care about your actual result. Have fun, Itchy. Thank you for the lurk. Not to mention his condescending remarks in Latin. Yeah, see? What was up with all the Latin? What the fuck was this? Well, it's so not a horoscope, actually. The guy who did this was a complete psychopath, and why would I have to be a guy? Oh yeah, I'm a dragon. Shut the fuck up, I know, don't bother. Shut the fuck up. Get the fuck out. How can I get the dragon, please? Hydra for me. No matter how hard life can get, you always manage to bounce back. Sort of lesser version of the phoenix, basically. How can I get the dragon, please? Who else got the phoenix? Stop lying, bro. I did the test 15 times and Phoenix doesn't exist. Jessica got it. Screenshot. How can I get the dragon, please? Shut up. You can't post a screenshot on this chat. I am a cave troll. How can I get a dragon, please? How can I get a dragon, please? How can I get the dragon, please? My god, that's annoying. Emma turns an exasperated look towards me. Oh yeah, take notes. Huh? We're still at the introduction. It's been almost an hour since class started. I look up at the teacher who continues to spout the lecture in a monotone voice. Sorry, Emma, I was taking notes, but Dan sent me something important and... Are you kidding me? My smile immediately disappears. No, ma'am. If you don't take notes, then tonight... Don't give in to blackmail, Iboya, you... With surprising speed, Dan raises his left arm to intercept a charger wire that Jessica wields like a whip. Aha! I knew you would try to hit me, so I anticipated the... Jessica just chunked the entire charger into his crotch. Something you've obviously hadn't anticipated. I'm gonna take notes, I promise. I'll be checking at the end of class. I smile at the thought of this fake punishment. Emma loves to act like a teacher and plays a quick kiss on her cheek. Okay, I get it. Emma takes my hands while remaining focused on her screen. I turn back to my screen with a sigh and open the document that has me meager notes with regret. Sociology was too underdeveloped at the time to grasp the multiple cross interactions within a system as complex as... My brain is already frying. What exactly am I supposed to be taking notes about? I absolutely need to get Emma's notes at the end of class. Say, Iboya. I turn to Emma, delighted to have an excuse not to listen to class. Do I still have any of my stuff at your place? And take notes. My gaze swivels to the board and I start copying down words without even trying to figure out what they mean. That should be enough to reassure Emma. I have a toothbrush for you, yes. And for her to give me her notes. What about my skin creams? She's kidding me. I have a whole shelf full of her creams. Sure, I got plenty of them. Does that really mean anything? Holistic paradigm? Do you have my night cream too? That depends. Which one is it? Meso-socially? I'm sure the professor is trolling us. No way such a word does actually exist. The one that says night cream, obviously. Obviously. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere next to the other 12 creams you put on my shelf. Emma doesn't seem to pick up on the irony. And do you have any of the brightening scrub left? Oh. She's becoming a tad bit annoying with her makeup products. I'm already having a hard time focusing on the class. Wait, Apochi? Seriously? It's not some kind of animal? Careful. I changed the brand. The old one was giving me red patches on my face. I freeze in my seat. Emma was... I turn my head towards Emma jerkingly like an automaton. This is impossible. Why are you looking at me like that? No. No. Boy, are you okay? You look completely pale. I turn my eyes to Dan and let out a cry of horror. No! Yo, boy, are you okay? Man, you look like you're about to throw up. Emma, Dan, all the people who died during my nightmare. They're all... I'm this close to throwing up at Emma and Dan's decomposed faces. Please, it was just a nightmare. Just a nightmare. Boy, what's wrong? You can't yell in class like that. Please do not. Breathless, I slowly turn my head towards the door of the room that just opened abruptly. The deep despair that takes hold of me confirms what my eyes struggle to analyze. She's here. Radiant, powerful, terrible. She's now wearing a cascading long dress like a witch costume. She advances slowly towards the stage, her usual bright smile on the lips. All eyes are fixed on Evelyn, who seems to revel in the general attention. General attention? The astonishment which seizes the whole class borders on the absolute silence. Only the rustle of her blue dress can be heard. It is as if the whole universe was holding its breath. As she approaches the desk, Evelyn turns her gaze to me and gives me a twinkling wink. Is everything okay, Boyam? You look like you're surprised to see me. I stifle another hole. Evelyn is back. She's real. The nightmare is real. Evelyn. Evelyn gives me a big, condescending smile. Don't tell me you've forgotten about me. That would be very vexing. Who are you? What are you doing here? Oh, is it because of my new dress? I thought you preferred this kind of clothes. Please, get out of... Evelyn casually holds out a finger towards the professor, whose torso literally exploded in a spray of blood. Evelyn spins around as if her new victim doesn't even exist. Look, a long witch's dress, just like in the video games. It doesn't take long for the screams to erupt around me. Most of the students rush for the door while the others dive under their tables. Just like in my nightmare. My nightmare that wasn't actually a nightmare. Evelyn slowly walks up the stairs towards my row while a shapeless mass of students is clumped against the door that remains stubbornly closed. Open the door! It's jammed! Open the door, please! What the hell is happening? Open it, damn it! Get the fuck out of here, get out. My eyes remain focused on Evelyn as she approaches me, completely unperturbed by the screams echoing through the room. Don't act so surprised. Did you really expect something else? The smile grows crueler and crueler. Everyone was alive again. Emma. Oh, Iboya. It's not my fault you refuse to face reality. I feel a stream of warm liquid running down my right side. My eyes filled with tears. I turn to Emma knowing full well what to expect. Emma lies on the ground in a pool of blood. A long blue dagger stabbed in her back, motionless, dead. Why? Her extinguished gaze stares into the void. Emma, who was full of life just a moment ago. Emma, who's torn from me again. Oh, Iboya. She's long dead. I close my eyes and collapse into my seat, ready to vomit what little my stomach holds. An unknown force somehow straightens me and reduces my nausea as a result. I feel a slight pressure on my right shoulder as if... What should we do now, Iboya? I remain paralyzed by despair with a deep primal terror mixed in. We are only Evelyn's pawns. We have always been. Hey Mazi, have a good lurk. Her presumed death, the death's reappearing, all unharmed, it was all an act. Yet another twist in her cruel game. It seems like there are still a lot of bad students left. What do you think we should do with them? Please. I know. We could do a speed dating workshop. Seduction is one of the pillars of modern society, you know? Stop. Please. Or everyone writes down on a piece of paper the person they would like to see dead, and we make a ranking. Evelyn, I beg you, stop the massacre. Tears roll down my cheek uninterruptedly. She's crazy, completely crazy. Crazy and sadistic. All she seeks is pain, death, desperation. You bastard. How did you kill the professor? Dan's decomposed carcass appears before my eyes. He seems totally oblivious to his petrified appearance. Dan, run away. Even better, everyone writes down the person they love and the person they want to see dead, and we pick the names out from a hat. Evelyn snaps her finger and then collapses in on himself in a pool of blood, as if his body had just remembered that he had died. What do you think? Wouldn't this be a good icebreaker for your classmates? Dan, no. We could do that for, say, 50 minutes before we resume the lecture? Time is flying by. Jessica, in disbelief, is bent over Dan's lifeless body. How... Evelyn, please, we have to stop this. Don't you think they're being too loud? The screams redouble in intensity as all the previously dead students collapse in turn. It was as if I was the only one to see their rotting skin. To the other students, they looked alive. Open up, please. He's dead, he's dead. What did I do last time again? Shit. The door. I start screaming at the top of my lungs to warn the crowd of the impending danger. Get away from the door! Alright. Evelyn snaps her finger, and the 4 students in direct contact with the door immediately turn into living torches. The abdominally familiar smell of burning flesh fills the entire room, and the crowd near the door immediately disperses the sound of screams and pure terror. Well, I guess it's time to get back to class. Evelyn straightens up and effortlessly steps over Emma's half-decomposed body. I'm counting on you to participate, Iboya. With my heart slowly crumpling, I painfully managed to look at the situation around me. Wes, the twins, and a few others are sheltered under the tables while Jessica is still hunched over Dan. Evelyn snaps her fingers again, and the change in light tells me that the deadly thorns have once again invaded the large windows at the back of the auditorium. She quickly walks back down the stairs with a cheerful air, then turns back to her audience. Listen to me. You have 10 seconds to return to your seat. If you don't obey, I will have to punish you. The stunned eyes turn to Evelyn. A particularly bold and stupid student rushes at her in a desperate rush. With her hand outstretched in front of her, Evelyn conjures up one of her famous spears that has just pinned the hapless students to the ground, whose grunts of agony are rapidly weakening. I really want to keep reading, but my food is ready. Ugh, I have to stop. I don't know how long it's still gonna take, but I have to stop. Ugh. It's really good though. Have to go. You're welcome. Okay.
My friend.
Right. Yes, thank you guys so much. I have to go. We will continue this on Thursday. I don't know how long this is still gonna take. It could be like half an hour, but it could also still be plenty more. But yeah, we'll see then. Right, here's the rate message. And we are gonna go and say hi to Daddy Wisdom. He's gonna play a Euro Truck Simulator. Oh. There you go, now it works. Alright, right, thank you guys so much. And hopefully I'll see you all in a bit with Ross's stream. So